tactics and conditioning, right? So that they can get away with certain things. And that's why when I see a CI talk about, oh, ignore them, it's nothing and such and such, I'm just like, but these CIs are telling you to ignore them, but they don't even ignore them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they still acknowledge there's proofs there. Come on, man.
Right, yeah, right. Because if they ignore them, they wouldn't be on the call. They wouldn't be talking about it if they truly ignore the person. So they don't even understand what it is that they're talking about. And again, because those are the CIs that want to believe in, the supernatural aspect of what's happening to them, right? Because they've been conditioned that way because of their belief systems. And so they use their belief systems to try to help them get through this. But your belief system will help you get through this, right? But it's not going to stop them from torturing you. It's not going to stop them from poisoning your food if you go out. It's not going to stop them from ruining your relationship. It's not going to stop them from putting you under a lot of stress. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to do it. So
I mean, you're right, because I have a belief in God, and I mean, the thing is like with me, I got to put in work though too. I'm not gonna ultimately say like, oh, well, Jesus is just gonna do this, and while I stay here and do nothing. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's not my thing. And on the contrary, like, I'm gonna do something that's gonna benefit people who don't believe in God, people who have I don't know belief in it, or not big view of it, or just don't. It's like there's something wrong in our society when there's three of us, people who do believe in, people who don't know, and people who actually believe in God. We're going through the same thing, but yet there's this person who believes in God persecuting the believes in God. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You get what I'm coming from? You know what I'm saying?
I know, but it is an inherent built-in condition.
Exactly. And I want to be fair with all that. It's not even fair. This is just reality. This is what we see.
But again, you're different in terms of you understand that aspect of it, right? So you understand.
Right, of course.
Like I tell people all the time, my family's very religious, and I always tell them, I said, because I was religious at one point too. My father was a pastor until he retired. My mother was heavy in the church. She was a deacon.
My deacon, yeah.
Right. So I came from a very religious. My sisters, they're still very religious. They're fully religious. You know what I'm saying? Even though some of them feel like, I have another sister who's like, I understand, that this is all we know, and stuff like that. So some people just accept it because that's what they do. And they don't want to change because, it is something that they wholeheartedly been conditioned from since they're young. And I always say to them, I said, had you grown up in another society, you would believe what that society believes. So don't tell me, that's what I used to believe the truth until I knew the truth. And then, I started thinking differently, right? And that's to say, like, I don't hate religious people. You know what I'm saying? I hate the people who, claim about their religion is about love and peace and whatever, but yet they'll turn around and then they'll poison your food. They'll turn around and then they'll stalk you, right? They'll damage your car. They almost took me and my family, by messing with the car, right? I'm in the highway and all of a sudden, the car just gets accelerated. I keep pressing the gas, I'm the brakes, and, nothing. Until I had to, think, put the car in neutral. And this is because, again, in retaliation for me talking about what it is that they do to me, right? So when you see people like that, and again, people have to understand it. And I think people don't really understand the Bible and what it says in the Bible. They just take what the pastor gives them, he spoon feed them, okay? And there's a reason why people who believe in religion, right, are spoon-fed, right? They are spoon-fed certain chapters, certain verses, certain psalms, you know what I'm saying? Is one either, and it is to keep them in line and keep them in control with the use of fear. But if they really read the Bible, if they really read the Quran, which I have the Quran on the Bible, okay? If you really read Scientology, it's supposed to be about self-help, but it's not really about that. It's about giving your money to the organization because, ultimately that's what it is, about control and for the enrichment of those who seek power and want to remain in power, right? So if you go back and read the history, how, certain organizations became so powerful, right? Using that, you will understand that it is a form of indoctrination, right? That is so powerful because of human inherent curiosity with trying to understand how they got here, how we were created, right? And this has been through millennia, right? So there's nothing new. Now, like I said, there's nothing wrong with believing in your belief system, but when you're going to talk to me about how, such and such, my religion is about peace or whatever, and then you turn around and you psychologically harassing me because you think that, because you're doing it on a psychological level, that somehow that excuses you, right, from somehow not being a bad person, because a lot of people think of themselves as being good Christians. You know what I'm saying? Typically Christian people, they'll say, well, I'm a good Christian. I got to remind people, right? It was good Christians who almost, exterminated the Jewish population. It was good Christians who enslaved black people. It was good Christians who lynched and castrated black men, right? They would have picnics on us, and that's where the word picnic comes from, is because they had, it was called pick a N word. And this later on became picnic. But on Sundays, these church-going people, these so-called God-fearing good Christians, would gather their children also gather their children, they would get a black person and they would hang them, lynch them, castrate them, burn them, right? And they would sit there eating lunch, drinking sodas, wine, what have you. It was a spectacle to them. And these were so-called good Christians, right? So when these Christians or these religious people, I don't think they're just Christian, but when these religious people behave the way they behave, and people are shocked, I'm not shocked, because if you read their holy book, and if you totally read it, I don't mean just like what the pastor gives you, but if you read it from page to page, word for word, okay, you cannot tell me that you cannot call that book the good book. Okay? The Quran is another one too. They have so many stuff in that thing, in that book, and you're just like, wow. And these people say the Quran, the book is about peace. They never say about the Bible. Okay? And when people say to me, Jesus loved you, and Jesus died for you, and Jesus came down, Jesus was born again, he was born to bring peace on earth. When Jesus himself said, and again, so they don't read the Bible, okay? Again, they're contradicting themselves, because Jesus did not come to bring peace on earth. And I challenge anyone, any religion, to bring a sword. Anyone. He said, I did not come to bring peace on earth, but I came with a sword. I came to bring division. Mother against daughter, father against son, brother against sister. That is what he said in the Bible, right? But they don't want to tell you that, okay? And when you bring it to them, they try to bring up some cockamamie explanation, which makes no damn sense, because that is literally what in the Bible. That is literally what Jesus said. Okay? So they like to circumvent things because, again, it is for their own benefit. And I keep telling people, particularly, if you go back and if you study history, particularly Queen Elizabeth I in her reign, okay, and the way how she saw the Catholic Church behaving, the Vatican behaving, and the Pope behaving, and she said to them, right? She said basically because she did not want to become a Christian, and they actually found a way in which they can take her reign away from her by having her marry, okay, the King of France at the time. Okay? And she said, in correspondence to the Pope, he said that what you teach and preach is not how you live. You live in contradiction to what you preach. Okay? Because, again, this is what they'll do, right? People of power who understand the importance and the power of indoctrination through religion, okay, they will preach about peace and love, and at the same time will kill you, will rob from you, will rape you, will subjugate you, will oppress you, right? But people don't think. Because if I come with you with a Bible in my hand, and then I got a sword in my other hand, and I cut off one arm, and I tell you, well, you know what? Jesus Christ died for you. he went through so much more for you. And he will ease your pain. Right? And we find comfort in that because, again, we're suffering from pain. So our innate natural instinct is to go to comfort. And they know the psychology of this. That's why they use it. Okay? Europeans were given religion, Christianity, not from a place of love and understanding, but from a place of violence. And this is what a lot of Europeans do not understand, right? When the Catholic Church, or when the Vatican, the Pope, when they had finished writing the Bible, okay, the version of the Bible that we all, I used to use, a lot of use today, when they finished writing that, okay, they went on what was called the Holy Crusade, spreading this new belief system, okay, and they pillaged, they murdered. If you didn't, Europeans who refused to believe it, because they were also Europeans who were pagans, right? And they based off of their pagan belief system based off of other belief systems, and they created their own, so they call it paganism, right? They were killed. They were murdered if they did not believe. So no one was given religion out of love. You're given religion out of fear and so that they can control you. And it has been this way. And why? I don't understand. I understand why people don't get it. Because again, it's something that's passed down generations and generations. And if you want to have a logical thinking mind, right, and a critical thinking mind, you have to understand that religion is something that binds the mind, because the word, remember, the Bible is actually it's called, before the English changed it to the Bible, it was called Helios Biblio, okay? And Helios Biblio, because the people who, if you read like the very old Hebrew Bible scripture, right, you'll see that in the new version of the Bible, they changed a lot of stuff, right? But ultimately, it was called the Sun's Book, Helios Biblio, the Sun's Book. Look it up. It was based on astrology, the worship of the sun, Ra. And that's why in the Bible we say Amen. Amen came from Amen. Amen Ra, the sun god. Early Europeans, right? Before the Greeks invaded Kemet and changed to Egypt, they worshipped the sun. And there's evidence of that from when they were burying their dead, how they faced their dead, right? They faced their dead towards the east, which is where the sun rises. Okay? So even back then, you can tell that Kemetic spirituality was worshipped because people was, and again, I had this argument with a guy on Facebook today, some white supremacist, and, he was like, I understand why your people hate white people. I said, first of all, I don't hate white people, okay? I said, I hate white people who make it their goals, right, to wake up every morning to try to eradicate me and people like me. That's who I hate, okay? And so he says, and then, because the white supremacists, they automatically think that they hate you because they're full of hate. So they think that, you hate them back. I mean, yeah, I hate his ass because if he hates me because he want to kill me, I hate his ass back. But the thing is, I tell him, listen, man. You, white people, are my people too. Right? I said, if you understand history, and again, because a lot of people don't read, a lot of people don't study history, and again, history, a lot of shit in history books is all based on a lot of lies. Okay? But you have to, if you read history books from, the 10th century, the 11th, the 12th, up to the 13th century, right? Even going back forward, you talk about the 9th century, 7th century, 6th century. They have history books that talks about that time, okay, before the invention of the so-called white supremacy. Before that time, people, they had war and stuff like that, but people would trade and people would travel. If you ever read Homer's The Odyssey, he talks about Ethiopia And and I guess Ethiopia was the name before they changed it to Africa, right? It was called Ethiopia. Which again, people don't understand. People don't know this, right? And India, which is called Ethiopia, because India is where a lot of Africans migrated to, right? And they became the darker skinned Indian with the straight hair today because of environmental evolution, right? Environmental changes for adaptation, so they can adapt to the wet, moist, rainy climate, right? So their hair becomes straight. You know what I'm saying? And I told them, I said, people migrated out of Africa, went to Asia, right? Went to up into Europe. Then they got trapped in an ice age, right? There were two major ice ages in which archaeological evidence showed that two different forms of humans, right? You have Homo sapiens, these were the humans before us, and then you have Homo sapiens, sapiens, which is the modern day humans, which is like you and me, right? So in the second ice age, they get caught up again, okay? For thousands of years, right? Very cold, okay? These people that came out of Africa and migrated to those areas, right? They had to find somewhere to live, right? So they lived in caves. Remember, they were cut off. They got trapped in the ice age. They were cut off. So they lived in caves, right? Thousands of years, hundreds of years. When they reproduce their offspring starts to change. Now, it doesn't happen, but it takes thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, right? So these black people lost their pigments within their skin when their offspring were born, and generations and generations and generations and generations and generations, okay, their physical feature changed. The broad nose became thinner because, you know why? Because the broad nose, if they kept the broad nose, their lungs would have frozen to death. Their lungs would have been frozen, they would have died. So they became thinner, right? The hair becomes straight because it was windy, right? The lack of the sunlight, the vitamin D, right? That's why people in Europe, they have heavy vitamin D deficiency. Okay? Over time, they change, right? Now, the knowledge of where they came from, they lost all of that. It's like, modern day Africans, right? The knowledge of where they came from, it was lost because of the war that was going on between the Greeks and the Arabs, between, what I'm saying? So they, a lot of these people end up migrating back down to the south of Africa and settled in regions that were very harsh to survive. So they lost that knowledge. Those knowledge of the building the pyramids and architecture that they created, that their ancestors created, all of that got lost, and that's how modern day Africans became in such a disadvantaged state. But still, they still kept some things that were very, very sacred and astonishing. There was in certain tribes, certain groups, the societal functions, all of that stuff. A lot of that stuff was kept. So just like in Europe, right? When these people changed, again, that knowledge was lost. Okay, and then also because of the mountainous regions, they didn't migrate as much. Remember, again, second ice age, thousands of years. Okay, so became their offspring, right, became what people call today Caucasian. Well, I shouldn't say Caucasian people, but they became they never called themselves that. They call themselves by their region. Just like in Africa, they call themselves by their region. Okay, so again, they changed. So what look, and this is the truth, and geneticists will tell you. When it comes to the only individual on this planet, of human individual planet, that has every gene that everybody has, except for a few Europeans who may have the Neanderthal gene, because again, Africans, when the early people out of Africa, we talk about from the first humanoids, they still came out of Africa and they migrated there. So there's always been a migration to each level of human development. Okay. And the last remnant of these Neanderthals, when the second group of people moved, not the second, but when the first set of humanoids, Homo sapiens moved, a lot of them started to, they had sex with some of the Neanderthal offspring, the last of them. And so you have some Europeans who have Neanderthal genes, right? But it's a very small population. So the vast majority have the genes that I have, that you have, but the only other group of people that have more genes that is not found in any other human being are black women. Okay? They have more diversity in genes and more other genes that is not found, not even in men, black men, and any other group of men. Right? And you have to think, why is that? Okay? So I was telling him, I said, listen, you have to understand we are all part of the human family, right? Everyone is just a different variation, but when you go back to understand how you have the Asian people, because you have tribes in Africa that have slanted eyes, and they're not in Asia. These are people who basically probably settled in that area, right? And if you go back in, like China, for instance, there's the scientists were trying to prove that that Chinese were a different species of humans, right? And then he found out, he was like, what I found out was that no, we all came from a common ancestors, which was a black woman, right? But the thought of that seems to be like like a negative thing to certain groups of people, which I don't understand why. Okay. And I'm telling this guy this, then he starts to, then he doesn't want to hear the truth anymore. So he starts to bring shit about reptilians and all of this stuff. And I said, this is what has been done. There are certain groups of people from Europe who were very, they were psychopaths. They were psychopaths, and they basically said, hey, you know what? I want to rule. I'm going to have an army, and we're going to do this in the most brutal way because, again, in the environment, harsh environment, they were very brutal to each other, right? And I tell people all the time, when you look at the patriarchal society, particularly Europeans, is because when they were trapped in the Ice Age, right, and how they treated women, right, because in every other group society except for within the Mongolian, which is also part of the European ancestry, right, and you go further down to the Asians, right, they hated women. Right? And they don't hate women in terms of, they hate them, but because at one point, their women, the older ones, were used as a source of food. Okay? Because when the woman gets older, she's no longer able to produce. Right? So because the men were stronger, and they couldn't go out to hunt and find food, they used to eat the older women. Right? So they have, so the thing with how to treat women was different. You go to other societies. You go to other societies when you see who were the first deities, they were all women. When you see who were rulers at that time, some of them were women. Right? So, like I said with guys, listen, man, you have to understand these things. We're all being taught a lot. Okay? And you being some white supremacist, you're believing in a lie. Okay? It is a lie I've been taught to because there are people who are in power who want to control, who want to dominate the world. And they look like you. And they're using you. Right? And they're lying to you. They're lying to you in the history books. They're lying to you in terms of science to cover their stuff. And then the very few people who speak the truth, white people who speak the truth, their careers are being destroyed. They're basically their financial their ability to make money is being taken away for speaking the truth, right? So people have to understand that we are all part of the same human family. We are different in terms of because of the region in which we came from, and because of environmental adaptation that changed, those people to who the people are today, right? But when you go back, you cannot deny that they all came from a common ancestor, right? That we all share, okay? And people have to understand this. But because of white supremacy has basically turned the world upside down. Because again, these individuals who's all about money and power and control, okay, use it to separate, and they did it to separate poor white people, because poor white people were understanding that we had so much in common that they were like, no, we cannot have these things. So then they started creating the classification of white, black, Asian race, the count of the races, but there's only one race, right? So this is what they did, and you have to understand. So people, again, people don't understand stuff. And then with religion, religion came from the Greeks, right? Came from the Greeks because even before that, Europeans, particularly those, within like the early on, actually, I would say Arabs, they worshipped the spiritual belief system of those that used to visit them. You had Africans that went to visit Europe, Africans, and they had war. They war with each other, okay? And so they adopted some of those belief systems. But it wasn't until the Greeks, particularly after the death of Alexander the Greek, his general, okay? His general, Ptolemy the First, wanted to be a pharaoh. And at that time, pharaohs, anyone of not Egyptian blood could have not have been pharaoh. But he wanted to be a pharaoh. And he also wanted to be a god, to have the Egyptians create a god for him. And this is important, right? Because this is where your Jesus comes from, okay? He wanted to create a god. And the Egyptians said, no, we're not going to do it. So he killed them. He killed them before going to the temple. Then he moved to Memphis and found a group of high priests. And he said, listen, I want you to make me a god, and if you don't, I'm going to kill you. If you don't, I'm going to kill you, or you can do it, and you'll be rewarded. And so they did. And they created a god, which is called Serapis. They used two Egyptian gods, Asar and Athos, the bull, and created Serapis. And if you look at the first images of Serapis, right, it is the exact image of the so-called Christ. And before, people, I think all the time, when they say the word Jesus, you have to understand that the letter J did not come into existence until the 1600s. So what you're saying is the wrong name of the person. Before that, it was Yahweh. Before that, it was Zeus. Right? So again, people have to understand this, right? And again, he written historical documents. When the Emperor Herodotus went to Egypt, and he says, in a correspondence to his cousin, again, all documented proof, and he says that the cult of Serapis and their followers call themselves Christians because they believe he is some form of Christ, right? And the very first person to ever be called a Christ was the Egyptian deity Heru. They call Heru the Christ, and that's where you get the word Christ from. It wasn't with a C, it was with a K. Okay. Now then he also said that the followers of Serapis call themselves Christians, and he says they also call themselves bishops of Christ. So even back then, in the supposed time that Jews were supposed to live, the letter J wasn't invented. So how the hell this person named Jesus? How the hell this person named John? Right? When you can go back to the old King James version of the Bible, the very first edition, and you will not see the letter J in there. But people are too scared to go and pick up a damn book or go online and say, okay, if that's true, let me go see. And you will see the name J is not in there. So people say, I love Jesus, I love Jesus. Who you loving? You're not loving Jesus. Jesus never existed. And even if the person that the Bible described as is the person wasn't Jesus. Right? So again, understanding the craziness about the whole situation. Right? Now, whether there was a person that lived by that, whatever, that's up. Again, there's no historical evidence to prove that, but that's just belief system, and that's fine. That's your belief. When people talk about, Jesus coming, he came to bring peace on earth, I have to look at them like what are you reading the same Bible that I read? Right? Because Jesus did not say he comes to bring peace on earth. He did not say that. This is what the church tell you. This is what the church tell you because they know the true origin of their story. They know this, and that's why they have to try to make sense of it and try to. And again, that's why they're so hypocritical in their not also in the way they speak, but in their behavior. You have all these priests having sex with young boys. Okay, you have them holding nuns as sex slaves. Okay, you look at their sculptures all over the cathedral is of young boys looking at their frocks. Who are you following? And this is what I'm trying to make you understand. Like, who are you really following? Okay? And then you say people will turn around and talking the shit out of you, and you say, well, these can't be Christians. But these are Christians because this is the mindset that's created within you. Because when they lie to you, and then they come back and they lie to you again, and the both lie contradict each other, you're in a state of confusion. Like subconsciously, you don't know and you don't understand.
Well, it's like the Christians that are doing these type of things, which I have to say, I mean, it wasn't. I mean, I know I would have caught this back then. Maybe I would say 2000s. I noticed little things here and there that I can relate to today, my gay stalking experience. But for the most part, they took over the Jesuit, precursor that's going on right now. I'll do anything for the church, the brotherhood, or the governing bodies that are in control of certain governments, local government, cities, so on and so forth. You get what I'm saying? Basically, I really believe there is people, real good Christians that are out there, but I really believe they've been jailed, killed, and we haven't got a chance to talk to them, or they're just staying silent because they're scared, or, for the most part, the people who are in charge of these churches now, they're Jesuits, and I really believe that, especially these rich areas. I mean, I find
ultimately that's who's in control, the rich. Okay, right? That's basically what it is, and they control the masses. They control the masses through the indoctrination of religion. Okay, because
the Jesuits, though, right?
it's not just the Jesuits. It's not just the Jesuits. You talk about these imams in the Muslim religion. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the stuff that's going on in the Middle East, I mean, if a woman is caught driving, they'll throw her to death. I mean, this is barbaric shit. They'll really have this woman in a circle and have men throwing stones until she dies. Okay? And that's the mentality. And particularly here in the United States, we see these evangelical Christians talking about they want to bring back biblical law. First of all, the United States never had biblical law. The United States was, in terms of the Constitution, the writers of the Constitution understood that what religion would do to society, particularly Thomas Paine, Benjamin Franklin, and they noticed when it comes to their history, particularly in France, and one of the key pieces of this, the reason why the separation of church and state is because, again, is these monarchies who were very brutal against the people. And particularly in France, you had Marie Antoinette, right? That is why they put in the Constitution that there will be no religious test given. You have a separation of church and state. The church should not interfere with the state affairs, and vice versa. Okay, only under certain circumstances, if the church is committing atrocities like that, yes. But other than that, there's separation there, right? So it's not just the Jesuits doing that, but you talk about the Vatican. There's so many things that people don't understand, right? You talk about the Vatican, their secret assassination cult, open state. All these things, right? How they would poison rulers, right? Because they went against the church, right? In order to remove them, they were poisoned. The church, the Vatican, these people have did shit, a lot of shit, and they say, well, it is God's will. Well, why is it that they're the only one that knows what God will is, right? But when you say, well, God told me this, so you're asking the damn mental asylum, right? So why is it that they're the only ones that speak to God and God speaks to them? Why is that? It's always the pastors in the churches that speak to God and God speaks to them. And when you tell them, you have to say, God said that I should not be tithing anymore. And they say, that's not God, that's the devil, And they'll be like, well, God told me. Listen, I'm very well versed in religious speaking. Because again, like I said, my father was a pastor. I grew up in the church, my mother's deaconess. Okay? And also I'm an avid learner, and I connect the dots, okay, and how they use certain words, understanding that rhythmic sound, frequencies, your tone of voice, okay. These people are trained in this way. It's all psychological, right? It's all psychological, man. And once you get to understand that, we can say, okay, we can develop ways to combat these things. Because if we don't, I'm telling you, this, it's fine to have religion, but you cannot, if you look at the history of it, you look at the history, and you got to do it. Like you're dating somebody, you want to know their history, right? When you're friends with somebody, you learn about their history, so you know what, this person is not a good person. This person went through his whole life robbing, stealing, raping, robbing people. Why the hell would I want to hang out with that person? But when it comes to religion can show you through its historical inception that it was used to murder, kill, enslave, right? Rape, and even all the shit that's going on now. And you have people still sending their children to these Catholic priests, to be altar boys. And then on top of that, the Supreme Court just ruled that the church have the right to hide the names of these pedophile priests. But you're still sending your children to these churches. I mean, do you understand how crazy that sounds? But in these people's minds, they don't see it. These people destroyed this woman's career, Sinead O'Connor, for speaking the truth. And when all the shit come up, no one has said to her, hey, you know what? You're absolutely right. We apologize. No one. Why? Because they're afraid of that religious pride. Okay? My religion is better than yours. If you don't believe in Allah, Allah, you should be killed. If you don't believe in Jesus or Harry, you should be beaten until you do. Until you accept him as your Lord and Savior. We're going to cut your hands off. We're going to give you we're going to whip you. Right? So, for me, historically, this is something that I had to leave. I had to put down. Because also when I found myself treating women a certain way, viewing women as lesser than, putting women in a box, right? Because of my belief system. When I'm told that the reason why, black people are in the condition that they're in is because Noah cursed Ham, and we are the descendants of Ham, and so that's why we have black skin. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I mean, so...
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't necessarily agree with that either.
But I mean...
Because of Ham and Shem and, I don't agree with that really to an extent.
Right.
I mean...
But I'm saying, but that's the reason they give, right? And who is giving these...
I'm saying, I agree with you, but I'm saying, I don't believe it. It can't be, you know what I mean? It's silly nonsense. It's not proven,
Right. But, okay, look. The Mormons, right? The Mormons. Joseph Smith, who was the father of Mormonism, right? Okay? You have millions of people who are Mormons. Millions. Not thousands, hundreds of thousands. Millions. Just like you have millions of people who are Scientologists. Okay? Are you going to tell them that what they believe is wrong? Because the Mormons, they believe that God was from a different planet. God was an alien from a different planet. Right?
Multiple gods before that too.
Right. And that because the planet was dying and they needed a new planet, right? God called a meeting, and then you had his two sons, because God had two sons, Jesus and Satan. Jesus and Satan were brothers, according to the Mormon religion. Okay? And then, Satan was like, hey, I'm going to go search this new planet, see if it's habitable. And Jesus said, are you really going to send Satan that? Are you really, he's a trickster? Are you really going to? And, God was like, you know what, Jesus, you're right. So Jesus said, okay, you know what? So God said, okay, Jesus, I'm going to send you a test. And Satan got mad, stormed out of the meeting, and took some of the angels followed Satan. And because of that, God cursed him. The angels that followed Satan, he cursed them with black kids. Right? So that's the Mormon version. Okay? So me being a black person, understanding that why is it that because I'm a black person that I'm associated in these religious belief systems as being some type of cursed individual, right? Because again, white supremacy. This is what they teach, right? This is what they teach to justify the ill treatment, the oppression and slavery of people of color. And when you go back to the history, and it is the Romans that did this, not the Greeks. The Greek wasn't this, I should say, wicked and evil. Okay? But when they realized, okay, that when they saw the original manuscript, in which the Bible was being written from, okay, they destroyed all that shit. But the Egyptians or the Sumerians had the foresight to write it all on the wall and in the temple and in the burial site and in the pyramids. Okay? All of it. And when you look at the Old Testament and you go and you read, right? You read these scriptures, they're called the hieroglyphics, or the real name for it is the metadata. There are lines of passages that match up word for word to what you have in the Old Testament. Okay? So again, understand that, for us to come together as a people, religion these religions have to come out of it. You have to open your mind and be like, listen, you have to look at the truth, understand the truth, and see the truth. And not the BS that they're selling you. Okay? Not the BS that they're selling you. That makes some people feel that they're special over others because they may be wealthy. Right? Or because you're living a good life, then, you're so blessed and others are not. Right? That would make you look at somebody that's less fortunate and look at them and say, well, I'm chosen by God and that person isn't. Because I have a nice house, I have a nice car, I make money, so I'm one of God's chosen people.
Oh man, I get that one a lot. I've heard that. Yeah, okay. Just a quick chime in real quick. Check. Is the mic good? Real quick. Yeah, is it good? You guys hear me good? Or is it muffled?
Yeah, no.
It's good? Okay. I went to a few churches, actually. They were kind of like, very different from the ones I went to. But I noticed if I were to speak out on it, certain things have started happening in that church. I noticed I was getting blackballed, this was during my targeting. And after that, I would start going to little churches, and then I would get targeted by the little churches, and I started noticing that, they would be doing the clear little throat, you gotta knock it off. What are you talking about? I'm exposing evil, you know what I mean? I thought you were supposed to be on my side. I'm like, I am on your side. But they're not saying it to stop it straight up. It's always subliminal, You know how they operate. Yeah. And I noticed that these big churches, they're running everything. I mean, even though the little churches have no affiliation with the big churches that are in town, but they heavily rely on that for some reason. I guess it's because because the people who run with him, they get in the social circle, the monetary circle, the real estate circle.
It's about money.
You get where I'm going at with this right now. I don't want to sound like I'm, drowning stuff out, but like I'm being serious. Like these churches out here, they're huge. I mean, they're tied into politicians, even. I mean, you got who's Donald Trump's new advisor for his pastor. It's a mega church, is what I'm saying. I mean, I don't want to get into big about the event, but I mean, the thing of it is like, okay, well, me speaking out at a big church, and I'm like, hey man, I'm getting followed. I'm telling you, like, hey, what's up? Why are you scratching your head? Why are you doing this? And this happened, and it's always when I look at you. You know what I mean? Like, and they're like, I think you're just crazy. I'm like, yo, and then I would see them go run to someone that just stands out in the middle of the crowd, and they don't think I'm watching, but they're talking to them, and then they're pointing me out, and saying I'm this and I'm that, and like he knows pretty much, And I would stop going to the big churches, start going to little churches. Well, guess what now? It just affected me at the little churches. You know what I mean? And it kills any opportunity that I have of like possibly getting a better job, housing, whatever. They control everything, even to these smaller churches that have no affiliation with them. Somewhere, somehow, people will know someone else that will interview where you go to church at. And it's not even, a member, it's someone that knows that member. A certain member, and then,
One of the things that they use, okay, is to make people believe that you're some type of agent of faith, right? Because they have to have faith, right? So the Satan is like, oh, he's a Satan worshiper or whatever. And and that's the big thing is that these people, again, they have been taught this imaginary individual again named Satan, and that so we must be Satan believers and stuff like that, right? So we must be Satan believers. And when I told them, I said, listen, if you want to say I'm a worshiper of Satan, that's fine. Because you know what? I'll tell you what, in the Bible, Satan didn't kill as many people as God did. So God killed the entire population of people on the world. On the planet, because, he didn't like what was going on, because human beings were becoming too, proud and too, they were doing their own thing. Well, I'm like, well, if God gave them their own mind and free will to do whatever they want, then, why drown them? Okay? If you create a people and you give them free will to do whatever they want, but then you turn around and drown them because you're dissatisfied, and you talk about, and people are like, well, God is perfect. Well, God is not perfect, right? And there's a contradiction, because they'll tell you God is perfect. But you say, well, okay, if God was perfect, then why did he drown, why did he cause a great flood? And that's well, because, the humans wasn't following his law, whatever, but hey, but God created it. If you're perfect and if you create a being, that being's supposed to be perfect. Okay? How can a perfect being create something that's imperfect? Right? So even their logic doesn't even match. When you point it out to them, then they'll always have an excuse. You know what I'm saying? When you listen to them, there's always an excuse to why God did this, why God did that, an excuse to God murdering people, an excuse to God sending a bear to kill 42 children, right? You know what I'm saying? It's always an excuse, right? Why didn't God destroy Satan? Right? God is all powerful. Why didn't God destroy Satan? Okay? Why did God make the beast become a snake, and then all of a sudden go back to later chapters, Satan is walking on two legs. But listen, I gotta get to this document. I know RT is calling me. I gotta get here, bro. I will do the document right now. I apologize. But I gotta get to this document. I have it up. I did bring it up. I didn't forget. And this document, I apologize. So this document is on police targeting Black and Hispanic. Okay. Now we all know. We know. If there's, we may want to deny it, and I don't understand how black and Hispanic people deny this shit and like it's this shouldn't happen. And I know a lot of people who say, well, if you're not doing anything, you have nothing to worry about. If you're not committing any crime, there's nothing to worry about, right? Or, if you got arrested, that means that you did the crime. Okay? Which we know that's not true. Because we know, right, and not just from this article, but thousands of articles, thousands of black men and women in jail because of racist, police captains, sergeants, who want to live off the back of poor black and Hispanic people. Okay, you have municipalities all across the United States whose revenue source are poor people of color and also poor white people too. Right? Because in some counties they don't care if you're poor. Like they'll call you white trash, they'll call you the N word, whatever, because it's about money, and this is what I want people to understand. It's about money, and also, here in New York and a lot of other things, it's about locking up and giving black and Hispanic people um, criminal records so that they cannot get jobs, they cannot get any help from the government, they cannot go to college, right? They cannot get business loans, they cannot, you know what I'm saying? So they created a whole underclass of people who are just going to be caught up in a cycle of being arrested and going to jail because they can't find jobs, they have no money, and they resort to, to crime, right? They're creating this. I want people to understand this. They are the one that's the system, the government is the one that's creating this. When we talk about high crime or whatever, let's talk about the causes of high crime, right? But these people within the government, they don't want to blame the people who have been victimized, right, and are victims of corrupt institutions who are targeting them because of the color of their skin and because of the economic, socioeconomic status. So, NYPD is from the New York Times, and it says here, I got tired of hunting black Hispanic people. This is from a police officer. Okay? He says, I got tired of hunting black and Hispanic people. Multiple officers, police officers in Brooklyn, said they were told by a commander that white and Asian people should be left alone. Okay? At the police station tucked into an end of the line suburb terminal in South Brooklyn, the new commander instructed officers to think of one of the
How do we read that?
voice okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. They mess with the phone. It is expected. This is what they do. There's people there. You know, the truth apparently is something that they hate, and when you speak the truth, they do stuff like this. It's been on my show. It's been at your RT show, and so I don't know. So is my voice coming in better?
I can hear you.
That's good. Not coming in sounding strange, is it?
I don't know about RT's end now. I mean, on the call it sounds good. I mean,
Okay, so you did. I think that my voice was kind of like out.
my folks in metallic, yeah. That's how mine gets too, muffled and metallic sometimes on the call. Coming from his end, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, all right. Let me. I gotta get back to that article. Really, we get it. Who were, falsely arrested. Okay, drugs planted on them, evidence planted on them, and I mean, it's really, it's delusion.
I mean, yeah, look at Kamala Harris. I mean, didn't she have input of legislation on jailing people for marijuana? She's the one on a hip hop broadcast network where they asked her, "Have you ever smoked?" And she goes, "Yes, I have." You know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
And these are the same people. They can go out and they can be the ones that make the legislations on them and follow it, quote unquote, But then as time goes by, it's like, oh yeah, I did do this. It's like, well, why did you jail then? You know what I mean? I think, I mean, it says when you take office, you take a oath. You know what I mean? To uphold the Constitution, whatever. And like, they're not doing it, so she just broke out. They're supposed to be, the highest extent of the law, but they're not holding it. I mean, that's why Kamala Harris, she ran out of the race. She's not going to run for president now.
Yeah, because again, again, we're living in a society where the hypocrisy, right?
Yeah.
All these people, these these politicians these people get into office and become politicians, and they act like if they have a squeaky clean background. Okay, when they know they got shit in their past, but just because they feel that they are of a certain status now, that all of a sudden, that gives them the ability to try to dictate to you what's right or wrong, right? Or what's acceptable or not. When they are the ones that doing a lot of crap. So man, now they're now they're messing with the kids now. So now both kids are start telling me that they're hungry. Okay, after doing this kids
With energy weapons and all that.
Yeah,
That make me hungry too. I mean, when I stay in this hotel that I'm at, I always get hungry. Like, like super hungry. I'm hungry all the time. I'm hungry right now. Like, I do it all the time. T, did you get the pickpocketing and like working the numbers is kind of the same thing with gang stalking? Did you get a chance to piece that out?
I don't know. I have to ask you to answer already. I'm going to continue on with the article, but I got to go get my chicken. I'll listen and then I get back to reading the article. I just want to get this thing so they can go to bed. But it's just busy, right? So, it's an issue with the phone. Now, kids coming to me like, Daddy, I'm hungry. This is the type of stuff that they do, and I understand it. That's why I'm like, okay, let me get something to eat, and then I send them back to bed, and then I continue reading a lot of books because regardless of what, the part of it.
Okay. I mean, who else is on the call right now? I mean, I don't even know who else is on right now. I'm not out.
I'm here.
Okay.
I just fucking with the call, man.
Yeah, I feel it.
I know, man. But let me just get these kids to eat real quick, and then I'll come right back. So you guys continue with the conversation. I'm gonna listen in, and then I get back to reading the article. All right?
All right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna talk about like the pickpocketing and how it's correlating to the same kind of structures of how like gang stalking is, and organized harassment on the ground level. When they find a target, and with pickpocketing, they'll always use decoys like someone flailing their arms, or a jacket flops over them, or they bump into them, and while the target is confused, they pickpocket you, take your money out of your bag without you noticing. Either that, or they, just like the game stalking you do, they bump into you, and when they bump into you, you look at them, and as you're doing that, there's a bunch of people that are surrounding you taking a picture of you. Getting that, because they have, for them to get paid, their handler has to be there seeing you do it, or you take a picture of them. I've seen this on a few of the videos of some target individuals where they don't get a picture, they don't get the money. I forgot there was a woman, she was in Walmart and she was getting followed around, so you can see it in all in her videos. And she's just harassed throughout the whole store, and she's getting pictures taken like they wouldn't notice. They would move in her, get in her way, and then as she's turning around, someone snap a picture of her real quick. Or there's case stalking in Australia. If you've seen any of his videos, they do the same thing. They get right near him, close by him, and while he's focused on them, when he turns back around, someone's taking a picture of him. So this is how they get paid. So the handlers on deck, and if they're not, and they do it, if they're not handlers, they get paid. If not, they don't get paid.
Absolutely, I could definitely relate to that more because in the latest videos that I uploaded, although they're older videos going back to last, well, actually, no, it's technically this year, but early in the year, January, to be exact, of 2019, the videos that I uploaded, I believe it was early this morning, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. I still late, doing stuff, and I found the time, I'm going to upload these videos, get them out the way, because this is the type of shit that I want to put on record as well. They can hit us with frequencies that can make us feel docile towards not recording a verse or uploading videos, even though you have it right there, you have to just upload it to the damn channel. But if you notice, you look into my description, you'll see that I specifically put the time frame, not the time like, the time as it is now, being 10:18 p.m. my time. I'm talking about the date and year, like the month and the year. So I specifically put January 2019 to show this is how far back I've been holding these videos. And there's more. There's a lot more. Okay, and I'm going to be uploading them, like I said before, about 5 to 6 at a time, till I get up to the point where we are now, currently. Which might take almost 5 months or 6 months. I don't know, because it's a lot of videos. But I do plan on uploading them 5 to 6 to 7 at a time. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I felt the need to put that on the record, and I want to definitely confirm what Broad Truth was saying in regards to these people needing to get your picture to get paid. I've heard that too. How true is it? I don't know 100%, but it sounds logical to me. It makes a lot of sense. And the reason why is because these motherfuckers out here do the same thing to me. In the video that I uploaded recently, that's the case in point. Towards the end of the video, because I do sort of like a breakdown, play by play on my certain videos. If you look at the description, you'll see that I'll put and mark the exact time frame so you can see for yourself and rewind at the point that I'm marking on there. So you can see that I am going by what I'm seeing, so you can see that I'm not bullshitting. You can free frame it, you can pause it and see the exact time that things are jumping off within the video that have to do with psychological operations deployment, covert surveillance, community-oriented policing, that sort of shit. The patrols that they do to make it look like they're just walking normal pedestrians back and forth. No, they're patrolling. So, with that being said, there's a point in time within that video towards the end where I mark it. I'm not sure if it's the 13th mark around there, but it's Caucasian man by my booty. But you can see his finger. He made sure his finger wasn't blocking the lens of his phone as he passed by me. And he wasn't, he acted like he was talking, but he wasn't. He was talking, but you could tell he's moved the phone physically in a certain way to make sure that he got my image. That's what it seemed like to me. And I'm sure there's other people that have done that too before within those patrols, quote unquote, while I'm in the vestibule of my building trying to chase my mail. That's usually when it happens, or when I'm coming back from running an errand, from moving from work, or what have you, going for a walk, whatever the case may be. I could definitely verify that I've heard other PIs, including the one that you mentioned, more truth that you speak to, that's a buddy of yours from Australia. I've seen some of his videos, and you're right. He's proven that they do that shit. At least with him out there, he's shown how there's one guy that's outside. When he comes out, you can see how he's smoking a cigarette. He purposely came out a different direction to force him to turn, because he knew he was going to turn, because he didn't expect him to come out from that particular area. When he did that, he threw him off, and then he had to follow him, and he was like trying to figure out what he was doing. He was smoking a cigarette outside. So he said, you see that? You see how he's turning and looking, how he's turning the phone as I'm walking by? You see that? So I remember this. You know what I mean? And it's true. They do that. They have to have some sort of way where they get paid if they get your image, whether it's video form, picture form, image, however it is. Or they clock in or something like that, and they say, okay, here's the target. And you got a picture, timestamp, where he was, what he was wearing, what he was doing, fuck it, it's right. So yeah, I believe that there's definitely a connotation to that being true. How much of it is 100% accurate to that level, I don't know. I don't have that actual information in front of me to show and prove for people to go and check the source of that information. But what I can say is, in regards to what Broad Truth said, the guy from Australia, his buddy, gang stalking in Australia, and the video I've seen of his, and then when I see within my video now, looking on it, the 13th mark, you can see people kind of turn their phone at a certain angle to make sure that they're going to capture your image type shit. So yeah, and I've heard other TIs that have said the same thing. So you can't be having an international illusion, you know what I'm saying, where you have several people saying the same thing in different parts of the world, kind of like reporting what's going on with them. There has to be a pattern there that's been evolving for a while and people have picked up on it. The difference is who's reporting on it and who's not. In other words, who's choosing to stay silent? Because either they're intimidated, or they feel manipulated to not do it, or they just don't have that spirit in them. Well, I'll tell you what, those who don't, hopefully they develop that spirit. Hopefully it gets contagious, because this shit is getting seriously out of hand. And we're like the only ones that are actually in the front line doing what we can to expose it. And any motherfucker that comes out and tells you to stop recording the perps because you're looking stupid or you're wasting your time, your energy, you know what? You tell them, go ahead, do you, I'm going to do me. You don't have to listen to what anybody says. If you feel what's working for you, you continue doing it. They can have their opinion. They're entitled to it, as we are. But if it's working for us, then that's what counts. Because I got to prove that. People are definitely in support of what we're doing, and being that either they don't have the heart to do it or the balls to do it, they're like, well, you know what, at least somebody got to do it. Hopefully they can, what they're trying to do, which is expose this program, and people get what they deserve behind it. Hey, listen, somebody got to do it, right? Well, let us do it. Sit back and do whatever you're doing before that, and let us do what we can do, because it's working for us. You know what I'm saying? And we're doing it not just for us, but for the entire fucking movement, the entire genuine empowered individuals or the world in general. Who knows? People might change. You know what I mean? People who don't know what's going on, and they're part of this program, they just been growing up in it. Exactly. Yeah, I think Nigel's back, man. Welcome back, brother. Take it away whenever you're ready, but we got to get that article out there. You know what they're trying to stop us from doing, so I got it. I know.
All right, so let me, I'm going to read the article. So it's from the New York Times. And it says, I got tired of targeting Black and Hispanic people. Multiple police officers in Brooklyn said they were told by a commander that white and Asian people should be left alone. At a police station tucked into an end-of-the-line subway terminal in South Brooklyn, the new commander instructed officers to think of white and Asian people as soft targets and urged them to instead go after blacks and Latinos for minor offenses like jumping the turnstile, a half a dozen officers said in a full statement. You are stopping too many Russians and Chinese, one of the officers, Daniel Perez, recalled the commander telling him earlier this decade. Another officer, Aaron Diaz, recalled the same commander saying in 2012, you should write more black and Hispanic people. The full statement gathered in the first 3 months as part of a discrimination lawsuit dealing with the period between 2011 and 2015. But they are now emerging publicly at the time when policing in the subway has become a contentious issue, sparking protests over a crackdown on fare evasion and other low-level offenses. The commander, Constantine Kasha, was in charge of more than 100 officers who patrolled a swath of the subway system in Brooklyn, his first major command. Since then, he has been promoted to the second-in-command of policing the subway system throughout Brooklyn. Along the way, more than half a dozen subordinates claimed he gave them explicit directives about whom to arrest based on race. Those subordinates recently came forward, many for the first time, providing signed affidavits to support a discrimination lawsuit brought by 4 black and Hispanic officers. The officer claimed that they faced retaliation from the New York Police Department because they object to what they say was a long-standing quarter system for arrests and tickets, which they argued mainly affected black and Hispanic New Yorkers. The authorities have deployed hundreds of additional officers to subways, provoking a debate about over-policing and the criminalization of poverty. Videos of the arrest of young black men and a woman selling churros on the subway system has gone viral in recent weeks. Demonstrators have taken to the subway system and jumped turnstiles in protest. 6 officers said in their affidavit that Mr. Tashar, now a deputy inspector, pressured them to enforce low-level violations against black and Hispanic people while discouraging them from doing the same to white and Asian people. Inspector Tashar declined to comment, when reached by telephone dispute. When a union representative said the inspector denied the allegations of misconduct, the police department also declined to address the allegations. The department has said in the past that its enforcement of fair evasion is not aimed at black and Hispanic people. More than 3 years ago, when Inspector Tashar was promoted to his current rank, the police commissioner at the time, William J. Batten, said that allegations Inspector Tashar pushed quotas were false. I have full faith and supported him, said Mr. Barton. He added that Inspector Tashar had the requisite skill and comes highly recommended. Most of the people arrested on charges of fair evasion in New York are black and Hispanic, according to the Department of Police Department has been required to report under local law since 2017. Between October 2017 and June 2019, black and Hispanic people, who account for slightly more than half the population in New York City, made up 73% of those who got tickets for fair evasion, and whose race were recorded. They also made up more than 90% of those who were arrested rather than given a ticket. Some elected officials have complained about the apparent racial disparities in arrests, saying it may indicate bias on the part of officers. Okay, sorry about that. I have to tell my kids to be quiet again. This is all interference. This is all microwave, right? So they definitely don't want me reading this article. So this is all part of interference. It's happened in the past. I'm used to it. It has to be told to just be quiet. Okay, so it says, enforcement. So the focus on black and brown people, even if other people were doing the same crime, according to what many of us have been saying for a while. The city public advocate Jermaine Williams said in an interview, the same action leads to different results. Unfortunately, depending on where you live and an overlay of what you look like. Enforcement has surged to nearly 50% in 2019. City police officers issued 22,000 more tickets for fair evasion than this year compared to 2018, according to police department data from November 10th. While the affidavit focused on a time period that ended nearly 5 years ago, they suggest at least one police commander openly pushed racial profiling when making arrests in the subway. I got tired of hunting black and Hispanic people because of arrest quota, says former officer Christopher LaForce, said in his affidavit, explaining his decision to retire in 2015. In the affidavit, the officer said that different enforcement standards were applied to different stations across Transit District 34, which spanned across South Brooklyn, Chinatown, and Southern Park, neighborhoods in large Orthodox Jewish communities, the corner of Flatbush that is the home to many Caribbean immigrants, and the Russian enclave around Brighton Beach. The shah would get angry if you tried to patrol subway stations in predominantly white or Asian neighborhoods, Mr. LaForce said in his affidavit. He added that the commander would redirect officers to stations in neighborhoods with larger black or Hispanic populations. Mr. Diaz, who retired from the police department last year, described in his affidavit how on one occasion then Captain Tashar was irritated at him for having stopped several Asian people for fair evasion and told them he should be issuing tickets to more black and Hispanic people. At the time, Officer Diaz said he was assigned to the N line, which passed through neighborhoods with large numbers of Chinese Americans. He also arrested multiple residents of that neighborhood for doubling up as they went through the turnstile, according to the affidavit. Other officers described similar experience. Some of the officers claimed in affidavits that Inspector Tashar urged his officers to come up with reasons to stop black men, especially those with tattoos, and check them for warrants. Of the 6 officers, all but one is retired. They are all black or Hispanic. The affidavit was given to the New York Times by one of the 4 officers who had sued the police department, Lieutenant Edwin Raymond. The allegations in the affidavit were bolstered by a police union official, Corey Gale, who gave a deposition in June in the same lawsuit that recounts his interaction with Inspector Tashar. He recalls Inspector Inspector Sashad had once complained about a subordinate who Inspector Sashad said seemed to go for soft targets. Unsure of what that means, Officer Gable asked if the officer was ticketing an old lady for minor offense. Inspector Sashad said and responded, no, Asian. Officer Gable, who is black, asked, would you have been more comfortable if these guys were black or Hispanics? Yes, Inspector Sashad replied, according to Officer Gable's recollection. Inspector Sashad joined the police department in 2001 and patrolled public housing development in Harlem for 5 years. He later analyzed crime patterns in Queens and across the city before being transferred to the Transit Bureau. He was a captain in 2011 when he was appointed to command Brooklyn District 34, a position he held for at least 4 years. In 2015, he took command of neighboring Transit District 32, where Lieutenant Raymond, who is currently suing him, worked. At the time, Mr. Raymond held the rank of police officer. Lieutenant Raymond was charged in a lawsuit that Inspector Sashad blocked his promotion by giving him low evaluation as punishment for not making enough arrests. Lieutenant Raymond, who is now a patrol supervisor in Brooklyn, recorded a conversation in October 2015 in which Inspector Sashad encouraged him to arrest more people and give an example of the sort of arrest he did not want. A 42-year-old Asian woman with no identification arrested on a charge of fair dealing. That's not going to fly, he said, according to reporters. First described in the New York Times Magazine article. Lieutenant Raymond, who still had the rank of police officer at the time, responded that it was unconstitutional to consider race when deciding whom to arrest. Inspector Sashad, a captain at the time, then apologized, saying the comment did not come out the way it's supposed to. Lieutenant Raymond said he believed Inspector Sashad would not have been promoted, should not have been promoted. It is a spit in the face of communities of color that this man is given more power after being exposed as a bigot, he said. So there you go. The racists and the bigots on the police force, they get promoted, right? And then you see the destruction and the damage they cause within the black community by giving black and the black and Hispanic community by giving black men and Hispanic men criminal records, okay? Therefore, causing them irreparable damage to their future, okay? Finding jobs, like I said, going to college, getting financial aid, right? All this stuff, and this is something going on. This is nothing new. So, the fact that nothing is being done about it, even though these things are being exposed every single day, right? And this is what we know this, okay? But now it's being exposed in such a way that they can't deny it anymore, right? Even when you have recorded, they still try to deny it. Okay? So that's the whole thing there, man. It's like this stuff is really, and again, we talk about, even though, we're a targeted individual, but in the larger scope of things, black and Hispanic men across the country have been targeted individuals. Now, the only difference is that we are also non-consensual human experimentation victims, right? But again, and the funny thing is that, these same people who are being stopped and arrested for all this stuff, right, black and Hispanic men and women, right, they will turn around and target you and I. And when that happens, you got to say to yourself, this has to be the technology. This has to be the brainwashing, right? And so this is how I look at things. When I see stuff like this, happen, particularly I see young black men in my neighborhood targeting me and hanging trying to go with, the cops to come by and, just line everyone up on the sidewalk and frisk them and talk to them, in a disrespectful manner. And yet they engage in the behavior given to, instructed to them by those within law enforcement. This shit is just unbelievable. It really, I feel you, man.
It makes a lot of sense, man. I appreciate you reading that article. That definitely resonated with me when I heard you talking to me about it on a private call. And I was like, right away, the lights went on in my mind. I was like, yo, we got to put that on the record, man, because it's stuff that needs to be on the record. People to source the information, see for themselves. Like, yo, look, this is where this is coming from. New York Times. This is an official documentation according to what the masses want to look for, right? So here it is in black and white. Check it out. You know what I'm saying? This is what these people have been doing, and it's not being documented and broadcasted for people to see for themselves what kind of shit is going on behind the scenes, behind the politics, and things of that nature. You know? Yeah, yeah. And as far as what you were saying, Nigel, I could agree with that too, because a lot of people, they don't want to look at that ugly, like, damn, what over each group, like, the whole, we'll talk about it. We'll get, I'm back here. We got a lot.
Y'all already know
You
what
already
time
know
it
what
is.
time it is.
Yo,
Yo, yeah.
you already know what
You
time
already
it
know
is.
what time it is.
Yeah. So I was saying, right? So I went through that with Neil, man. Like, I'm not talking about these are presented subliminal message, but not talking about the color and the song. And then months afterward, he'll call back and he'll be like, "This happened this and that." I said, "Oh, I just telling you, it doesn't matter. Don't let them try to silence you. This is what they do. They're trying to silence you. So they'll send you all kinds of social subliminal messages. Okay? This is what they do. You have to understand the psychological programming and how they try to silence us so that they can get away with continue to do what they're doing. Right? And if they're going to do it, you're going to make it easy for them. No, you got to make it hard for them. If they're going to do it, you're going to say, you know what, okay, you're going to do it, but I'm going to exclude you at the same time. So go ahead and do what you do. You know, I can't stop. I'm going to exclude you. You know what I'm saying? And so, it doesn't, you can't remain silent, imagine if people throughout history had remained silent about atrocities. They would be like dictators all over this world who was being committed mass atrocities. And even dictators now, even like in China, South Korea, North Korea, they're very careful of what they do, okay? Because they know if they go too far, right, the world will become knocking at their doorstep. So they're very careful, right? And so being silent about this stuff, to me, it makes no sense. Because again, you're just giving them, you need to remain silent. You just keep letting them believe that it's okay for them to keep doing it to you when it's not. That's the message that you're sending.
Exactly. No doubt about that. Not to get off the subject tonight, but I'd like to ask you right now, brothers. I know we're short on time, and so I wanted to make sure you got your expressions in regards to the target, what they've been doing to lately, and the children and things of that nature. I want to get that all on the record, and then to follow that up, 127, you can go right after that and say whatever you need to say, but you'll take it away, Nigel.
Yeah. So like my target event is again, they haven't really calmed down. It's the same. Even today, speaking to the kid's mother, and every time she called me, I call her, they fall off the sirens after her. And then using her also to target me in particular ways that they use her to do it, if you do it on the phone. Sometimes she'll be like giving us a harsh vibe, right? Like there's sometimes like there's something behind it, like this is what happened, And then so I have to confront her on it. I said, listen, I've talked to you before, right? I said, because you can say buy off the phone, and then there's times you'll whisper it to me, right? And when you're talking in a normal voice, and all of a sudden you're saying to find a whispering, or there are times when you wouldn't even say anything at all at the end of a conversation. And I said, I thought to notice this is a series of patterns that's happening with you. And I said, whether you're doing this subconsciously or not, I'm just letting you know that I'm aware of it. And if you're doing this, if you're doing this subconsciously, I'm letting you become aware of it so that you don't do it. And so when I confronted her on that, right, the next time, from the past couple conversations we have, she hasn't sounded very harsh in her goodbye. But what she's done is that she's done the whispering and they're not saying anything at all. We finish our conversation, we'll say goodbye or good night. She just won't say anything, right? And she'll stay silent until I hang up. Okay? So this is something that I see that they do. So they will always find a way to always target you. That's the thing. Is that if you're TI, there is no way that they're not going to not target you. They will find, if you expose them in one way, or if they use somebody to target you, you bring it to their attention and make them aware of it, they will find another way. They will create another way in which that person will start doing something else. Right? So it's like a constant state of harassment that you get. And with me, especially in school also, targeting me in school, I went to class on Friday, and I went to class, and the person was like, "Oh, Nigel, you shouldn't have come." And I was like, "What do you mean I shouldn't have come?" I'm like, "I'm here for the evaluation. You told me to come today, right? You told me I need to come last week, which I didn't even have to come last week. And then you told me to come, make sure I come this week, and then I come this week, and you tell me that I didn't have to come again." But this is the stuff that they do to make me angry. And, because I woke up early, go to the stuff that they do for, I was trying to do her by doing the evaluation for her. Okay? So the fact is that every student is supposed to do the evaluation. So who did my evaluation? You know what I'm saying? Like who did my evaluation? That's what I want to do. Right? And then my second class, which I have public speaking. The professor, again, we had to do the evaluation. So he asked the student, he's like, if anyone wants to volunteer to bring the evaluation sheets down to NAM 227, and all these other students, they look at each other and they remain silent. And I think to myself, okay, this is what they want. This is what they want because they know I'm going to volunteer. And, I wasn't going to. I was going to be like, but you know what? I wanted to see what they had planned. And again, of course, I reported it. Okay? Because that's why I wanted to see. I was like, okay, so none of these students, right, is going to do the professor this favor and take the evaluation sheet downstairs. But yet, me, the guy with the bad back and the cane, is the one that's going to be like, okay, I'll take it because nobody else wanted to do that. Right? And so when I got there, I got downstairs and I got there, waiting for the elevator to go to leave. And the guy comes in, the guy comes walking, and again, you can tell it's orchestrated, it's all planned, synchronization. And he tells me he takes his phone out, he gets on the phone, talk, whatever. I'm taking up these ways on the elevator too. Well, he just stands and stands, they just target me, comes back around and walks away. Okay? And I'm recording. So when I got the house on Friday, and I was getting ready to do my video, because I had some great videos, what happened? The microwave, just jump on the computer, then I use the computer, and then turn on the computer. Right? And then, it was almost time to me, she gets off, she's like, okay, I don't know, and again, he doesn't, you know what I'm saying? This is microwave mind control, to try to prevent me from uploading those videos, which I will upload. And so regardless of, they may try all these different tactics, but the video is going to get uploaded regardless. You know what I'm saying? They just find themselves in time so that they can respond when I put the video out. You know what I'm saying? Or they can make up some BS excuse to say, well, no, this is not what happened, or such and such. This is what these people do. This is what they do. When they know you got such footage of what it is that they're doing, and they're trying to prevent you from uploading it right away, because they have to develop a plan of how they're going to respond, what type of excuses they're going to use, right? So, and like you said, Archie, you know, they'll hit you with that microwave so that you won't upload the video. And I was determined, and hold on, and they know that, so that's why they have to use other factors, right? Other people, because they know that they couldn't prevent me from doing it, so I'm going to do it anyway. So they have to use other factors.
I wanted to say this real quick, brother. Now that I got you on the call, Nappy is back on. Welcome back, Nappy. Bruce is back in the building. Nappy had told me, yo, man, so they basically stopped me, they hitting you with a frequency so you could get docile and not put up the video. I said, yeah, man, I got videos going back a year. I was telling Roach was selling that also, you know, a little while ago. And, yeah, I would like, if you can, manage to break down how exactly they go about doing it, so that way Nappy could get a both of understanding, so he can know how to positively pick it up if it starts happening to him and anyone else who hears this call on playback.
Yeah, they do it using the silent sound spectrum technology, right? And so basically, this frequency, you know, they know, again, through the brain initiative, studying the brain and understanding, you know, the brain frequency, right? Which neurons is firing off when we touch certain things, when we look at certain things. They're able to identify everything that we see, touch, taste, smell, right? Sight, sound, you know, they're able to know which neuron within the brain fires off that signal that tells, you know, your hands, you know, this is what the texture, you feel the texture, right? And again, they're able to do that. Now, they can at any time broadcast a signal to make you docile. Okay, and if you want to understand an example of this, Google the capture of Osama bin Laden, right? And how 2 U.S. helicopters flew into a heavily armed, heavily patrolled, right, military, right, complex in Pakistan. Okay, in the middle of the night, had a firefight, captured bin Laden. One of the helicopters, something went wrong with it, basically blew up the helicopter, right? Blew the helicopter up, right? Left out of there, okay? And everybody in that entire town, military town, was sleeping. Not everybody, but those within the compound that was hiding bin Laden. But everybody else, just the entire night. You don't believe me? Google it. Google it. Google it. Okay? But no one...
And that's the silent sound spectrum?
Yes, that's the silent sound spectrum. Okay? And so sometimes when we're recording, and you know, you may have the area like, yeah, I got this footage, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, why haven't I recorded this? You know, it's a feeling that you get, you just don't think about it. Okay? You're like, you know, and then for me, like maybe a day or two, I'll be like, oh, wait, I got this footage I got to upload. Let me upload. Then they hit you with the frequency again. You know, but you see, now they know that the frequency don't work on me as much as it used to. So now they use other factors. For like example, I've been trying to upload that video every single day this week. Every single day this week, something happened. Right? Actually, one day I actually fell asleep. I literally like fell asleep. Okay? And, you know, that's the thing, you know, they hit you with these frequencies, man, you tend to forget about those things. You know? If I'm, like, for example, if I'm studying, And, I hear police sirens while I'm trying to study because they know I'm not trying to study on focus and they don't want that. So they still do a noise campaign. I go to sleep, I look at the next morning, I remember Jack, study about nothing. Or if I study in the morning and they know that, if I study in the morning, I retain the information. When I get to class, they'll do like a class theater where the students will start, walking around, synchronization, doing hand signals, coming in front of me, doing the palm fixation drill, doing the middle finger, stuff like that, to try to put me in this trance, right? And then, I'll forget. So they have their methods and they have their ways, and that's why I expose all of that stuff, just to know exactly what it is that they're doing and how they're doing it. So and then another thing that they also do is that they, especially when it comes to if you ever read the Hidden Evil book, the financial elite movement war against the middle population, and he talks about how a lot of the times, not a lot of times, but for a lot of us PIs, one of their goals is to neuter us, right? So to prevent us from reproducing or from having sex for whatever reason. They have to always have to. Every government experimentation when it comes to in the people is to try to prevent them from having sex. Like why? Why? And again, it's because it's I'm saying that even though I have 2 children, right? But I have 3 children, not 2, 3. What I'm saying is that maybe they couldn't prevent me from, they couldn't stop me back then, but other PIs is to basically destroy their legacy, their bloodline. So I was very fortunate, saying because I was able to have kids. Now, I don't know. Will they allow my kids to have kids? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But this is what they do. Okay? Mark Richards' book. They tell you that the technology is used to neuter people. Right? So they can use technology for population control.
Do a little rewind real quick. Nigel said that he hit you with some sort of frequency where you would feel like you were falling asleep.
Many outcomes they try to, do to the individual. I think all of if they target wealthy people, those wealthy people are the ones that you hear about who have committed suicide. Okay? Because if those wealthy people really truly understand what's happening to them, they would have the money, the financial resources to fight back.
I think that's a little odd, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like some kind of sexual transmitted disease.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, they do also that too, but they try to extort them. That's what they did with Charlie Sheen. They use because sometimes it's like where they get their funding from, right? Because I'll tell you what, Congress is not going to appropriate any type of funding for these type of programs because they have to admit these programs. They have to show these programs, and they don't want to do that. So they have to have, just like with the CIA in the 80s, right? When they were waging, when Reagan was waging the legal war, right? She was basically backing the rebel army, right? Who were basically, they were brutal. They were brutal, and they're trying to overthrow the legitimate government, the government who did not want to do business with American corporations and European corporations because they wanted to, control the economic interests of the country. Okay, we talk about Nicaragua here. This is called the Iran Contra scandal, right? This is what they were doing. Okay, they couldn't go to Congress and say, hey, we're doing this in South America. So they had to find a way to fund their operation. And so by doing that, they destroyed, communities of color, of black communities particularly, right? They're getting people hooked on drugs. That, that's the case.
Yo, man, I just wanted to, pardon you, man, I just wanted to ask you to rewind a bit and go back to where you said that you felt that it hit you with a frequency to go to sleep. I want to make sure you clear that up for Matt, because he asked me about that. He wanted a more in-depth detail. Like, as far as what you said is beautiful, it's on the record, but like you said, the part about you falling asleep. So maybe he didn't understand that was probably what they did to you, and that's what you were trying to convey.
Yeah, because you don't even, you don't even, I didn't even realize that I fell asleep. You know, but normally, I know when I'm going to sleep. There are occasions where I don't even realize that I just fell asleep, and I'm like, I wake up like 2 hours later, I'm like, what the heck,
Remember us? Remember the conversation we were having on the call one time, and you just fell out, and I was like, nice. And then later on, you called me, yo, my back, man. I don't know, just something came over me, and I just fell asleep. I was like, oh shit, it hit you with the frequency, probably. Like, yeah, that's what it was, because it was like you didn't even feel it come. It was just like, ew, you were there for a second, and then you weren't.
Yeah, and listen, I forgot what you call it, but I think the name they call it is they use cluster frequencies, in which they basically clone all of the emotional attributes, right, of people, anger, happiness, sadness, whatever, and they can broadcast those things on a wide area using, the frequency. Right. Okay? But this has been documented. Right? Absolutely. It has been documented. So, but again, right, you try to tell people the thing, they look at you like, what's this guy talking about? And you have to ask yourself, like, what is preventing these people from, going and find out the truth, right? What is preventing them from doing that? Okay? And it's the same way that they will prevent you from uploading your videos, because they know that you got some good footage of your targeting, and they don't want you all of a sudden you just start thinking about uploading videos.
That's more than likely what happened with me, man. That's what you said. You know what I mean? Like, they put me in a passive state. They were like, oh, they're gonna freaking fuck up my videos, they're gonna fuck up the calls and all that. And and I'm not thinking that because I want to think that. They put it in my mind somehow. Probably to the time it sounds perception, like you said, like, they have to go to sleep, and it's hypnotically induced that while you're sleeping. Then you wake up, and then it's like part of your day without you even realizing you're acting it out and shit, because they've already post-hypnotic suggested that you do this, and you don't even realize it, because through your mind, you're like, oh shit, it's just coming up, and you're getting caught up with shit, and you're forgetting about it, putting shit in the back burner. Oh, I gotta do this, I gotta put that video up, I gotta upload this video. But what it is that what you're feeling is exactly that at that time. When you start procrastinating, when you start putting it in the back burner, that's exactly what's going on. And that's what you're saying, nice, in real time.
Yeah, of course. And then they hit me pretty hard, because also this week I got a letter from the Social Security department, agency, because I have to go and do the test all over again. I have to get an X-ray on my back, and I did a psychological eval, and they were like, well, due to the evidence, have you, we're going to continue your disability, but the doctors who looked at your look at the evidence say that you should get better. Like, what did they mean I should get better? You know what I'm saying? Like, how is my herniated disc and my 2-pinch nerve is going to get better? Right? How is my psychological trauma going to get better? But again, it's their way of trying to use they know that that's not only source of income at this moment, and they can always send me something on next month. Okay, so it's like a silent threat. Okay? And I tell you, these people, it's and highly sounds expected to get the proper uh, proper information technology, and they would from metallic, but I think, you know, it's not, this is the thing, man. You know, what they do, right? So you can make your real attack other devices. You can choose the time, especially on your phone, and just to try to prevent you. So you just gotta be, okay, let's see it. Say the silent sound spectrum, after which level. Yeah. So the secret Pentagon psychotronic technology on the sound spectrum, SSS, that has been fully operational since the early 1990s. This technology was used against the battle-hardened Iraqi troops fortified in deep underground bunkers in Kuwait and Iraq in the First Gulf War of 1990. Physical, emotional, and psychological effects of this technology were so severe that hundreds of thousands of Iraqi troops surrendered in masses without firing even a single shot against U.S.-led coalition forces. The numbers reported in the news were staggering. 75,000 and then another 125,000 unborn Iraqi troops would come out of their deep desert bunker waving white flags and falling to their knees before pushing U.S. troops and literally kissing their captive boots or hands if given the opportunity. Why would 8-year veterans of Middle Eastern warfare that Iran from 1980 to 1988 behave this way? Simple. They were subject to a technology that was so extreme and incomprehensible that they were suddenly reduced to the level of compliant children and felt grateful to still be alive in the wake of their mind-wrenching experience. This technology is about to be used a bird in the more subtle fashion against American citizens in a highly classified and corporate operation of mind control and manipulation of the entire population into compliance with the New World Order. The technology will utilize a combination of HARP, transmitter, WAN towers, microwave cell phone towers, and soon to be mandatory high definition digital TVs that will to your home via A, cable, B, satellite, C, HDTV, like those also easy to obtain digital converter box that the government is so anxious to help you obtain and underwrite most of the cost on your behalf. Right? So this is Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller, he is a physicist and he worked on a lot of these technologies in the 60s and 70s. Right? So he knows what he's talking about. And his website, talks about a lot of this stuff. Now, he had so much more information in the past, but I don't know what happened to his website, but a lot of the stuff he had on there is taken down. A lot of stuff exposed and stuff, especially when you work for the military and you retired, you work for the CIA, the Department of Defense, developing these type of technologies. You have to be very careful what you put out there. Okay, so a lot of his stuff that was on it before, they took it down. Like I always say, whenever you start to see information disappearing off the internet, it is something that people don't want you to see. Okay, and so I always remember his site because I used to read it constantly over and over and over again about these technologies. And then he talks about the history of artificial telepathy, right? And it's from March of 1991, right? And he says, the March 23rd, 1991 ITV news brief, high-tech psychological warfare arrived in the Middle East, described the U.S. Psychological operations, PSYOPs, tactics directed against Iraqi troops in Kuwait during operations of the storm. The maneuver consists of a system in which subliminal, mind-altering technologies were carried on standard radio frequency broadcasts. The March 26 1991 news brief states that among the standard military planning groups in the Center of U.S. War Planner Operation at Rail was an unbelievable and highly classified PSYOPs operation utilizing silent sound techniques. The opportunity to use this method occurred when Saddam Hussein's military command and control system was destroyed. Iraqi troops were then forced to use commercial FM radio stations to carry encoded commands, which were broadcast on the 100 megahertz frequency. The U.S. PSYOPs team set up its own portable FM transmitter utilizing the same frequency in the desert city of Karachi. This U.S. transmitter overpowered the local Iraqi station. Along with patriotic and religious music, PSYOPs transmitted vague, confusing, and contradictory military orders and information. Subliminally, a much more powerful technology was at work, a sophisticated electronic system to speak directly to the minds of the listener, to alter and entrance his brainwave, to manipulate his brain electroencephalographic EEG patterns, and artificially implant negative emotional stress and states, feelings as fear, anxiety, despair, and hopelessness. This subliminal system didn't just tell a person to feel an emotion, it makes them feel it. It implants that emotion in their mind. The mind-altering mechanism is based on a subliminal carrier technology, again, the silent sound spectrum, sometimes called S-Squad or Squad. It was developed by Dr. Oliver Lowry of Norcross, Virginia, and is described in U.S. Patent number 5159703, the Silent Subliminal Presentation System, dated October 27, 1992. According to literature by Silent Sound Inc., it is now possible, using supercomputer, to analyze human emotional EEG patterns and replicate them. Then store these emotional signature clusters on another computer and at will silently induce and change the emotional state of a human being. Like, shut the front door. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. Okay? Now, this is from the United States, the States of Unclassified and Commercial Technology Capable of Some Electronic Assault Effects. We need a program of psychosurgery and political control of our society. The purpose is physical control of the mind. Everyone who deviates from the given norm can be surgically manipulated or mutilated. The individual may think that the most important reality is his own existence, but this is only his personal point of view. This lacks historical perspective. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. This kind of liberal orientation has great appeal. We must electrically control the brain. Someday, armies and generals will be controlled by electrical stimulation of the brain. This is from Dr. Jose Delgado, MK Ultra experimenter who demonstrated a radio control ball on CNN in 1985. He was the director of neuropsychology at Yale University Medical School. Okay? Now this is from the electronic mind control. The physics and engineering behind electromagnetic disease transmission of fright. Diseases can be reproduced as disease signature, in that the vibration of a disease can be manufactured and sent on to be induced. The brainwave patterns of hallucinogenic drugs can also be copied and sent by ELF waves to induce vision. Once diseases are sprayed in the air, electromagnetic waves attuned to the disease using harmonics and subharmonics will make them more lethal and infectious by sending particular disease frequencies that happen. Okay? So they're telling you, right, that they can activate a disease in your brain, in your body. So you may have later on as you get older, you'll develop diabetes, and and they notice, right? Because they have your taking your blood sample, have your, they notice, they're like, okay, this person is predisposed to developing, you know, diabetes at an early, at a later age in life, right? They can hit you with a frequency that will activate that disease so that you'll have it right away. If you develop it, you know, within a year or two, you know, of your young life, then you're really supposed to be developing that thing when you're like older. You know, you'll start to develop things when you're older. And so this is the type of thing that we people do, right? And in terms of the drugs, it's already been proven that they already know when you take drugs, which again, neurons in the brain that lights up, that fires off, they give you that euphoric feeling that you get when you know using drugs and just you know. I haven't, you know, I don't use like, you know, drugs, so I wouldn't know how to feel, but, you know, according to what was said, and they're able to produce that. So you don't have to take drugs to get high. But imagine them using this frequency on people and getting them addicted to this frequency, right? That's another way in which they can keep them docile. So if they're outside heading to protest, you hit them with the frequency, they go back into their house and they lay down and go to sleep, or they lay down and just, you know, get the high that they get from off this frequency. This stuff it has huge implications. And again, this stuff is not new. This stuff has been out for well over 2 decades, going on 3 decades. Okay?
So not to rewind it real quick, man. This is for Roy True 7. You know, he has diabetes, I believe type 1. The one that he has to use insulin to shoot himself to get everything back to his correct. Right. If you don't mind, Roy True 7, man, let Nigel know what you told me so we can have this on the record as proof and confirmation coming from you and your own personal experience, how you said that you feel that wasn't natural what happened to you with the diabetes that you developed throughout time, even though I'm not sure if it's within your family tree somewhere, through your father, through your mom, or something like that. But
no, I mean, because I don't know remember I told you again, I'm adopted, so I don't know per se, but I mean, I'm real skinny, you know what I mean? At the time, you know, when I would say actually, right before I was diagnosed with diabetes, I was really skinny, always active, you know what I mean? Didn't have any, you know, bad things happening, you know, like health-wise, nothing at all. But one day, I don't know, it's just like, I got sick, I'm throwing up, I'm feeling like my temper on the body is just going straight right to the roof. You know, and I mean, I couldn't hold food down, you know what I mean? I'm like, what's going on? You know, I started gaining weight, and then all of a sudden, hey, what's going on? I go to the emergency room, they're like, you got type 1 diabetes, I mean, just take insulin. I'm like, I can't afford that. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, you know, like, it was weird, man. Like, I really think they did something to my body that, you know, triggered the diabetes. I mean, because there was a person who lived next door to me, and I think this was on another call too. He was a Freemason, and we don't strictly be out and all that. And you know, I don't know about any of the surrounding neighbors, but I'm probably for certain, you know, if there's one person that was a Mason in that neighborhood, well known, and someone else is going to be a funnel, information and money is going to funnel in that little system. I don't know if there might have been some kind of government operation going on there, you know, but I noticed I got diabetes really, really quick, though, after that. And I'm pretty sure they had something to do with it in that neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure they hit you with that frequency.
I mean, I've read even on some other people's, you know, target individuals, you know, like information. I think actually, was it Renata? And there was another person. They said if you're experiencing such symptoms as paranoia, anxiety, diabetes, nerve damage, confusion, these are probably the symptoms of, you know, you being organized harassed, you know. So they have a hand in it. You know, they definitely have a hand in it. Because I was definitely feel confused, my nerves were hurting all the time, but that's a byproduct of having diabetes. But certain things just weren't adding up all the time, you know, like, I don't know, it's weird, like, I can't really explain it, you know what I mean? How did I go from...
It's the stress they have you on, and that's
Yeah.
the biggest factor, right? It's just they put you in so much stress that those things start to manifest itself early on instead of later. All right, or they can, like I said, they can just hit you with with the diabetes thing. I really believe that they probably hit you with that frequency. I think they hit you with
I think so too.
and
Go ahead.
and so you develop diabetes earlier on, as opposed to later. Or you may not even be predisposed to that, but they can just manipulate your genes, right? So they can give you diabetes. I mean, the gene manipulation is we all know it is a reality, it is a fact, okay? And so we all know that being exposed to radio waves and microwave frequencies do alter your DNA.
And what's weird is type 1 diabetes is a very, very, very rare, abnormality, should I say. Like, it's like type 2 diabetes. It's like your insulin doesn't produce any insulin at all. So I have to take medicine, you know. And this is only something that I think it's only 3% of the population have. Yeah, 3 or 4%. I might be wrong, but let's just say benefit of the doubt, even 5%. That doesn't make any sense, you know. I'm someone who's always been healthy, active, you know. It don't make no sense.
Yeah.
Right. And
yeah. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I gotta go. I gotta get to bed. So let me some things and I'm gonna take you to the student. I got students, so but yeah, so listen, still giving a call. That's the thing. I'm sorry that the diabetes situation. They definitely hit you with that frequency. Also, the stress is also a big contributing factor. And this is like I just felt arthritis in my hands. I'm like, how the hell? I got arthritis. My fingers just hurt me. I just couldn't touch anything, couldn't press anything. And then I went to the MRI on my hands and found out that I'm like arthritis. And my brother Nigel have arthritis. So how the hell I have arthritis? You know what I'm saying? And we're twins. So we got to keep documenting. Evidence is documented.
absolutely. Yo, Nigel, man, I know you got to go, brother. Thank you for sharing and putting everything in, for reading that article, documenting that shit, getting it on the record, man. We don't worry about it, man. We're going to keep on doing what we've been doing. It's no matter what they say or do to try to manipulate or try to deter us from doing. They can keep trying, but it's not going to work because we already have been focused with doing that from the get-go since we started our channel. So it is what it is, man. Thanks for everything, brother. Have a good night. We'll talk tomorrow, brother. We'll wrap tomorrow because, tomorrow's technically like a Sunday to be for the night. You know what I'm saying? So we can talk tomorrow. All right? Okay. You have a good night, brother. All right, peace. Your work through 7, man, going back to your scenario with that diabetes thing, type 1, I believe you 100% because I remember the conversation we had, man, and you were telling me how you were things that was usually pretty healthy, besides whatever, like you smoke or whatever, but it doesn't matter because you're relatively healthy. Yeah, I just quit smoking too. I'm done. You did? Yeah, I'm done. I made it through a whole day. For like few days actually now. I stay away from it. Yeah. It's a lot better though. Good for you, brother. Good for you, man. When I quit, I needed that also. When I quit, and that was like one of the hardest things for me to leave. For most people, even hardcore drug users have said this themselves, that one of the hardest things for them to quit, they quit heroin, which is not easy. It's a physical
opiates, so you can imagine how difficult that is. You get physically sick if you don't get that shit. The withdrawal there is. So they've been able to drop heroin or cocaine, like me, because I used to snort cocaine. I used to drink, and I used to smoke cigarettes and weed from time to time as well. So I quit all those things back to back, without rehab. And I just always been able to do that. But at the same time, it was a lot harder this last time around due to the fact that I was doing it for so many years back to back. So I realized how to do it. I figured out that through somebody, I forgot who it was that told me this, but I thank them to this day. They said if you want to quit smoking, the way you quit smoking is by not picking up that first cigarette of the day. That cigarette of the day, the first one, is the one that starts to change for the rest of them throughout the day. When you go to sleep at night, your body resets itself for 8 hours or however long you sleep for, 6 hours. So your body, within the bloodstream, still has nicotine that's being dispersed into the system, to the central nervous system. If you wake up and you don't pick up that first cigarette, you have more of a chance of being able to quit than if you pick up that cigarette, because that's the one that's going to start to change for the rest of the day. So when I was told that, they said when you're ready to do it, just don't even think about it too much. Just don't pick up that first cigarette and try it that way. Don't think, okay, tomorrow I'm going to wake up and don't do it like that. Just when you wake up, just try to avoid that urge, whatever it is that you got to do. Start doing push-ups right away as soon as you wake up. That was one way I went about it. You know what I mean? If you're a physical kind of cat, like I am. And it worked for me for the most part, but it was still rough because there were times where after I eat, that was one of the main triggers. There's 3 times with people who are real smokers like that, and inhale the smoke and all that shit, love to have a cigarette. That's after you have sex, either while you're taking the shit or after you take the shit, and after you eat. Those 3 times.
Yeah, because your heart rate goes up a little bit.
Right.
For us.
Right. And you know what I found out? I don't know how true this is. This shit on me out, because that also helped me quit. And so that good feeling you feel when you inhale a cigarette, especially the menthol. I used to do this. That good feeling you feel that you take that drag and then you inhale, you feel that good feeling, that slight good feeling for a second. Your lungs are bleeding. I was like, what? What do you mean my lungs are bleeding? Yeah, that's what's going on. I was like, oh shit, that broke me out a little bit.
No way. I never heard of that. For real?
That's what I've heard. Exactly. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I've heard. I'm not saying
that's what it is. Enough to make me not want to smoke now.
There you go.
And even if it is, it's not true. I don't care. Like that sounds like crazy stuff right there.
It helped me quit. I tell you that much. So as opposed to how remember Sam from Canada, he said in Canada. I remember this because my last girlfriend that I was with, she was Canadian, and when I went out there to buy cigarettes, they have those fucking, where they have the cigarettes, they have them hidden behind like a locker type of thing. It's not out on display on the open like when you go.
Well, you can't even see them.
You don't see them. They hide them.
It's like they don't even exist.
They hide them behind this locker type of shit, and they lock it inside and they have them in there. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm looking at her. I'm like, what is this? He goes, you're in Canada. I'm like, okay, but this is how they do it. Yeah. And then I look at the fucking cigarette pack, and it has like a Surgeon General warning that has a fucking corroded lungs that have been exposed to, cigarette smoke for over 20 years. This is what happens to your lungs and shit. I'm like, yeah, what the fuck, dude? That's what it is, man. It's that she told me what it is they're trying to get at you hardcore, scientifically and realistically to the facts. So you would quit smoking. I'm like, yeah, but what's the point of fucking selling the cigarette and hiding this shit and all this other stuff? Just don't sell it. And it's politics and it's this and it's that. No, I don't know. And I remember what Sam said. Sam made a good point. He said, all that does is make me feel guilty about what I'm doing to my body, and it makes me disgusted. Because why would I want to look at that cigarette pack that has corroded lungs for after 30 years of exposure to cigarettes? It makes me disgusted. It doesn't let me enjoy my cigarette. And I'm like, yo, that's true, because as a former smoker, I could attest to that. But that's neither here or there. That's just something that went down in history as far as me and as far as what I know and my opinions on certain shit. Going back to the point at hand and the topic at hand with World True 7, diabetes and whatnot. But that right there, man, it bugged me out because I remember you telling me about it, and I remember when Nigel had brought up the whole thing about the frequency. It hit you with certain shit to attack specific parts of our body because every vital organ within our body has a signature frequency to it that pertains to just our, DNA and how it functions, like the lineage and shit like that. So, like he was saying, they could track and go back to the roots, to a bloodline. Like if they want to wipe out a certain bloodline, they'll be like, okay, what has this bloodline been known to die from? Cancer, fucking hypertension, diabetes, different types of, diseases that they can, I personally believe, they can pick up and they can, hold on a second, I think Nigel's calling me on the other end. Sure. All right. Hello? I don't know what happened to Nigel, but I think he was calling me there, trying to answer it, and it didn't work. I thought I heard him. Yeah. You hear him? Nigel, you there? Because I heard him say hi. Or hello. No, anyone there?
You have reached the voicemail box of 646.
Your partner.
Your partner. Okay. I was trying to get Nigel back on. I think what happened there was he had called my phone by mistake, and then I had thought that he wanted to say something else or he wanted to have something to the conversation, and then I went to answer it. You see, that also could have been the microwave right there to get him to do that by mistake, to interrupt what we were talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's how that shit works. That's an example right there. I'm not saying that it is that 100%. I'm just saying it's a possibility that they may have microwaved him at the time we were talking about that critical information, getting this shit on the record and whatnot, to get us to stop talking about it and then forget about it. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Remember the time when I fell asleep once I went to go eat or something I ate at a restaurant, but I was sitting there on the telephone with you, and then you're saying my name, and then I opened my eyes, and it was just I felt like a lot of time went by, and I was up. I didn't feel like I was falling asleep. You know what I mean? It was like I blanked out. Remember that? Yeah. That's crazy. That's one of the few times I've probably experienced that, and who knows how many times it's happened and I didn't realize it because I wasn't aware of it. You know what I mean? That shit's powerful, man. I've always heard people say, you know, how come they haven't killed us yet? Why don't they just kill us instead? Isn't it a waste of money? I'm like, well, it is. I mean, yeah, it might sound like a waste of money, but it just puts it's like doing a two-in-one combo. It's putting everyone in debt, and then at the same time, it's putting people in this trance to think this is normal. This is what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be this thing to the government. You know what I mean? And like it puts everyone in a also it puts everyone in a cognitive dissonance. So it's like, well, I want to go to my work. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. While at the same time, they're getting rid of everyone who doesn't want to comply slowly. So over time, who knows? Maybe it's reached the 20-year mark. I think of this program, being in effect. It could be a matter of time. 10 years from now, all of a sudden, there's no more targeted individuals. You get what I mean? Or there's probably legislation to even make videos on conspiracies. I mean, it's gonna happen soon. I mean, look at everything that's going on right now too. Everyone, all the celebrities who died, they probably have had the same thing happen to them. Probably got them depressed and then they killed themselves. Sound spectrum and all of it, putting them voices in their head, making them get addicted to certain drugs or whatever, and then one day they just kill themselves, but it wasn't the drugs, but then they'll just blame him and it's the drugs, It's crazy, man.
Just to realize how that the whole thing is slowly as it's going on, more and more things start coming to your understanding as a patient. Man, all this shit is in the existence all the time before that. And you were asleep to it. You understand how deep that is? You come to an awakening, like a rude awakening, the way they woke up. Oh, I mean, trust me. No. Like, cause the entire time, my family, friends all around me, putting a show around me. It's like it was a movie set the entire time. Maybe not all of them, but maybe they progressively got a few of them. But for the most part, it's like, okay, Dad, how come you couldn't tell me all this was going around, this war around me? So every time that I left to go play outside, I was just sitting duck. Or when I went to go get my job, I wasn't prepared for these people to do this. Yeah, you know what I mean? You understand me? Like, it's like, it bugs me, bro. Like, these people were already doing this around you the entire time. And one day, like you said, you just wake up to it and you're like, yo, my world, you mean you're telling me it's been like this the entire time? And no one told me, no one helped me? Well, there goes the neighborhood right there, you know what I mean? Like, they're in control of the neighborhood, and then you're the one that's just the main star, that they abuse. It's just crazy, bro. That's a very good point that you made, and you're absolutely right. And it brings me back to a point that, going back to Sam again, shout out to him in Canada.
I've been trying to reach to him, whenever you want, man,
That's just put that out. But anyway, you can mind him and very much. Let's get back to that. So, he had said that we're basically acting like in the Matrix, and they use our energy, and we spark everything up. And we come out and we go somewhere, and notice how we bring like a flock of people around us. Also, they get paid. The businesses get paid off of they're working behind that shit. But the thing is, the thing about that is, I came and I said, and that's the question I think we all ask ourselves as we are blessed. This whole thing comes into our understanding. And we realize that it's been going on. Which is, for me, one of the first questions I came out is, how long have they been there? Because you want to know, man, this shit is just a piece of shit. And it's, you know what I mean? top of my being and going back out, and it has to do with one of the self project, 49 of them. So the first thing, any one of those is branched off from that, and then they did something from there. 100% on.
They start adding stuff on.
Exactly.
And they could just start adding stuff on, you know what I mean? Like, complete another program and they'll give you another excuse, you know what I mean? Like, it's a target you or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
Not to get off the subject, man, but I like to go into what I had said earlier, and we kind of got caught up with other stuff. That's what we got problem. So if we come back to the ones that are relevant right now, Nigel said his piece in regards to his targeting, so I like to give you the floor now and what's been going on with you out there. Whatever you don't want to say, you already know what time it is, what's going on the record, so you be the judge and pick and choose what you want to say right now in regards to that. What's been the latest with you out there, what they've been doing, any plans you may be having, or, go that deep into it, but it's up to you, like I said, man.
Well, like I said, it's been very different and difficult. The targeting's been very more obvious and it's isolated. You'll see this person here, that person there, and there won't be the cloud of people walking back and forth. You know what I mean? It makes sense. Like how you see, background motion on a movie. It's not obvious. You know what I mean? It's like the folks are right there. It's like that movie, the movie scene with Batman Begins. You ever seen that? Where in the mansion, where Bruce Wayne tells everyone, "Hey, everyone go home. You all look fake. You're fake phony accents and this and that, and keep freeloading on my free food." And everyone starts leaving, but you'll notice that Ra's al Ghul and his whole gang of people is just sitting there. You know what I mean? Looking at him while everyone else is just moving in the background. That's how it was. Like, you'll notice him right away. Just like the first today, I've been encountering a lot of that, so I just get my camera out and film it again, man. It's just on the record. I did I'll do play-by-play. It's just play-by-play. Maybe, people are finished to do. And there are some powerful things you say about it.
Right, you good.
Mic check. Pretty much like what we talked about before the call started, what's going on with a certain, fraternity, should I say, and I found out about stuff, and I had a meltdown, and, we had the conversation, I think it was yesterday, also, we talked about it, or the day before.
The day before.
Yeah. And it was just, I don't know, man, it's like, I'm tired of it, man. I keep running into the same thing over and over and over again. It's like, oh, you're gonna run into a person. Oh, you're gonna run into a person. No matter what, from this point on, I can't make new friends. It's almost like what we talked about with the whole you know, if you were supposed to get married to someone, it would have to be a private individual. You know what I mean? That's on the same wavelength as you are. You know what I mean? To carry on and make a life, and, you know, and learn how to, you know, work with each other. I mean, it's the same thing. You can't necessarily be friends with just anybody now, because they're gonna put everybody that is not of, of your nature in front of you. It's probably gonna most likely be friends, you know. And there's nothing you can do about it, man. It's just like, and it's made me to the conclusion. I'm like, well, why I couldn't find a place the entire time is these people are playing me as a stepping stone to earn moral points with their handlers, you know, to get respect and rapport, to show them that they can have patience and become handlers themselves of their next degree or whatever they do, their next job, you know, and I'm starting to realize this is all it is, because all these people are starting to move in houses that I've heard of, you know, like after Homeboy moved, there's a few other people now, they're all moving now too that I know. I'm like, it's like y'all were on a schedule. You know, does it make sense, Oki? And it's like, I get these promises of, oh, you'll get into a place or this and that. I'm not getting into a place, man. Every time I do, they either kick me out or I get harassed so bad that I get kicked out, or they find something small, like, oh, there's a cigarette butt on the ground, but it wouldn't even be a cigarette butt, or smoke like weed in here. But I'm not smoking weed. You know, like, I'm even smoking weed. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. So I came to the conclusion, the only thing I can, you know, ultimately do is move. I gotta get out of here, you know? And I've talked about this for a while, but I'm getting more, I wanted to get more information. I wanted to be sure. Is it okay for me to move? Can I move to a smaller suburb city? Because I can't handle this, you know? I'm in a mental breakdown every day, and then I get everyone, you know, thinking I'm a crazy person, but then on the outside, these people are criminals, man. They're using you. They're using me. They're using, you know, it's gotten to the point where I'm flustered and I can't even focus anymore, you know. And I just ultimately want to move. I mean, go to somewhere where it's more, I don't know, I would have to just do some more investigating, but one thing for sure is I'm going to have to just get a vehicle and live in it, protect it, because I can't go live in a place. I'm pretty much blacked out from there. I mean, I haven't got a call back from the other place. I went there, and I was there. Like, they know when the schedule. They know how to schedule me and deal with me on that schedule. If that makes any sense. You know, I don't have any more outlets, and I have to go. Probably grassroots is where I used to live, to see if, you know, get a feel for if anyone else has been infiltrated, like start over, you know what I mean? And that's it. I mean, that's all I got really, you know. To start over, because this out here is expensive, and when there's expenses involved, you know, it runs into problems with people, you know, turning their backs on you, you know, and there's much or high expensive areas involved, there's people that turn on you, you know what I mean? And I can't risk that. And I've been turned on, I've almost been put in jail a few times, and I can't risk being out here anymore. It's a whole different breed of people. They don't have no conscience or nothing, you know. And I have to probably move, maybe, I don't know, up north, or might have to head east, you know. I can't live out here anymore. I pretty much don't have any more friends. The family, I gotta start a circle somehow, you know. It's pretty much what I've been going through, just trying to battle with how to deal with it, how to save money and get out of my habits too. I gotta start somewhere. Uh, I don't want to trust people anymore. I can't do it anymore. It puts you in a circle of people where feel like you have to pay them back or do this for them. Like, oh, I did this for you. They give you any little thing, grab a toe, and manipulate the whole body, you know? And that's all I got. I mean, what about you, man? How's things been over there? I noticed you got new footage and everything. That's good stuff, man. I've been commenting on some of it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We've got new footage. Let's go back to this year.
Yeah, I mean, recently uploaded. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, man. Like I was talking with Nigel earlier, and Nigel was pointing out how they have to hit you with making or passes and get about. I want to upload it and procrastinate on it. No, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. That I do it later became almost a year later. You know what I'm saying? Because if you do the math, if you look at how much videos I actually have backed up on the phone that I haven't uploaded, they go back almost a year.
Wow.
So, and that's the description
mentioned, okay. I mean, just when you mentioned procrastinate, that's what I've been doing. Like, I haven't been like this until the last 5 years of my life. Like, I mean, we all procrastinate, but not like this. So it's just some extra level shit. You know what I mean? And when you do get something done, they come at you hella hard until the point where you want to take a break, and then you procrastinate even more. You know what I mean?
That's what you do, right? I've been pretty good with everything. Every day, done, school, work, different. That's what I can't have. Always going to make me feel obstacle course. That's another story. So with that stuff, good. The procrastination comes just I train with calisthenics, you know, so I keep it's not that I actually overhaul everything. That specific thing. But that specific thing is a very important thing because that's what is stopping you from being told and documenting other people from learning from it, confirming to other people. So go ahead and chew it or pop out. If you pass it, oh, yeah, I don't feel like doing it right. I felt that, but I've ignored it because I didn't recognize that as such until I got it brought to my attention. Nigel on a personal phone call and he made me realize, like, oh man, they've been doing that. But I got videos going back to the video on my phone that I haven't recorded. Right? He's like, yeah, that's them. Because they do it to me. He said that if you've been trying to upload certain videos and certain things will come up, whether it's just children coming up asking food when it's late. Those are already ate. He's like, why are they coming? So he figures out it's the microwave. To try to stop him from doing what he was doing earlier on the call, which was read the article and you know what I'm saying? And like these people, man, they got you the artificial intelligence already hooked up to everything. You know, the superhuman computers, Wi-Fi, everything else. To me, it's just working its magic on certain people when it's done. It's been broadcast. Okay, whoever is, they're talking to me that they will use or something will happen over there, will drop something, they gotta go clean it up, and they'll forget about what they were talking about, or it's another topic, like that. This is the type of shit that they can do. It sounds science fiction type, you know, movie But keep in mind that a lot of these things that we've seen in movies in the past have become fact. Definitely. Yeah. I noticed that Nappy's on the display. Nappy, I don't know if you can hear me, bro, but yeah, man, I appreciate it if you just chime in, let me know what's been going on with you. If you can hear me, bro. I've seen him on the display, so I'm not sure if actively still there, or maybe maybe like more or less the time I keep going out for the thing, and that you see him on the display. I just wanted to stop you out right quick, man, let you know that I know you still there, acknowledge you, bro. So in case you wanted to say anything, go on, man. So let us know. Yeah, I think we. Well, in any case, well, the thing is that I'm noticing that in regards to your situation, you're having trying to look for options. You're thinking outside of where you were at that point. You can only look at it for a reason. I feel like, I think what got you to that point was this fortune, or some situation that inspired that you really didn't have any control early, but realize you need to get away from something. Sometimes it manifests itself actually not. You gotta learn from going through it. If you're going through it is where you get your answers that you cannot deny have to be addressed. Once you get to a point where you start trying to figure out what's your next move, planning for it, looking forward to it, and start making moves according to training, then you start moving. Hopefully that's where you are now. Right? Sounds like it.
Yep, yep, because I just, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm just crazy because people think I'm crazy, but I would say this, it's like, I know I will not have any, any place where I can, no residency here. There's no way here, I mean, how many times have dug into it and it's just been a dud, you know what I mean? It's either, oh, your credit's not good, or or you don't have rental history, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've lived somewhere now, I just became homeless, right? And it's nothing I can do, so that's not a problem. It's like, either that, or I'm promised I got the place, oh yeah, it's yours. Yeah, sorry we had to give it to someone else, it's like, it's, I don't want to spend, that's all I've done is spend the last year looking for somewhere to remotely live, even a shithole, and it's just not worth it. And then you gotta pay like $800 a month, and then be harassed by neighbors all night doing meth. Nah, I'm good off that. I need to find somewhere, where it's the middle class, the lower class, and, all that. You go somewhere in between. You know what I mean? There's some kind of calming down. I can't stand out what's going here. I've never had this happen before, and I'm struggling to look for, residency. But since I moved to San Diego, this has been the toughest experience ever. I've even, right when my targeting started, or not started, but right when I started doing, uh, research on what's going on, I've even ran into people's pages where they, one minute it's there and then the next month it's not. And they've even said that there will be people who will redirect your internet. They have your flow of internet, just yours. You're cut off from the rest of the world. So what I'm saying is, what I could look on my phone and go look up gang stalking this particular page, it won't be there. But someone else's phone, they can go look that one page up. As far as my internet and how it's routed, that page does not exist on the internet for me. They have your phone censored, you know? I mean, this is crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but it's like, this is real. I've never had this problem until I moved here. You know, I'm pretty sure organized harassment's been going on a while for me, but it wasn't as big back then, I don't think. I mean, for sure here, because this place is a huge Mason city, you know. Every other person here is a Freemason in the city. I'm not from here, and they don't like me from here. So, I mean, my barber shop that I go to, I found out that place is a Freemason military ran place. You know, they got, what else? The first place I was living at, the foreign place, the apartments when I first moved here, they were Masons. They had to sell it over. It's just crazy. Like, it's not fair. We don't get the same advantages as people, you know? Like, even work, you know? Man, I'm just makes me tired. I know I'm exhausting myself, man. It's pretty much what it is. It's like, there'll be someone the same age as you, has no qualifications, can't work, a city worker, but he's a friend and family, or he's a Mason, or and he knows that person, he'll get that job. And you could be doing circles around them, and they don't give a fuck, you know? That job is his. That ain't your job, you know what I mean? Unless they can have exalt that ritualistic control over you, you know, because this is what they need, and we're batteries for them. They need this to feel again. It's almost like that movie, I don't want to say, the secret ship and the first of the, I think it's the first of the fight. The question always, is a packet of it. And, it is, maybe the 30 you know, these people think it's different things. They have to stop and set with more things and sacrifice people. This is just the first thing. They can't do these things. But I mean, it's just, you know, it's just really perfect feeling. It's good. Every person when they hang out, it's healthy. It's but everything, not everything else, it's basic. It's not what it's meant for me. Yeah, I just want to do this. I don't do it anymore. It's really tired. It's just, it's not the best. I need to be sick. Well, it is quick. It's fine fish. And then, especially if you eat something to bring it. What do you sell? What do you want to do for? No, that's what we know is not just to do the different things they want, you know? He said, well, you know, he, what you do to take the steps to get there.
have the largest. That's another question. What has been open? Put little pressure over that's my area. There's no getting to that because so what I'm saying about it is that I end up being free with the with grade, wonderful, still seems to be close to we don't know that is their life. Forget about that. You would be doing yourself for it was your pain that's supposed to be dead and so you're saying no one that's like should have get it wait get it he's a lot about it too. Before you can go like time and you because if you or now you feel that it's the Christ is so I'm not going to say anything that's so maybe that affects the children. But that's not fair for you. It's my role. So I think what you're not saying is that you know, so just you know, it's just you know, like actually I want to encourage LGCI to do is get out of the area of the situation. It's not communication. When it's like on your day off, when your day off after, it's stop there and open up. Or out
Getting back to the hours of the house. I'm the rest of it. Yeah. Right? Make your parameters become different. But if they can't already program, they already have programs. You know what I'm saying? You need to keep that feeling that way. Not like it's it's not to the point. Yeah. If you get someone and you warn them, it's going to take you. You know this warn the serious man. If you stay there on the ground, you'll notice that way. And again, the same way that's doing your church desired things. But what I'm saying is sometimes that's what I do. I run with that two cities over, two something. I noticed that they wanted to really bad. And people give me a call for the signal. So I always want to face towards the door. He's walking high and you know he's pictures, you know what I mean? Their job is to witness your life. So they pick up and showing the job people. This person is fair. They're just fucking up. Our job though is to expose them and let them keep normal. Talk. Whatever that means morally. Keep yourself morally. Look. You know? That's our job to do. You say anyone is just do that. So the keep moving a little bit. Don't be so mad. If you have to move. You gotta make it. In the same, in the same people, you can kind of hard and it's getting hot every day. So when I walk by, you don't want to be one of those people. Here's what I'm it takes time to get these are students who go to a master. Where you can say, this is what I mean by that. I guess you this is what I mean. You got to enjoy had your hope for him. You had a hope. You had a hope. And you kind of fluctuated from having to not having against without being so temporary and the difficult. But you've never got happy. You just were. But articulated for the so you look at the history into whether it was which was very nice and that was so protected that somebody have was really it's so not for sale. So they have done to experience what create what a man looks and then going back to milestone. He basically is shut up. And if you look at the hierarchy, so going up to basically have systems, water, food, and goes up to security, like having the important of the protection of people and being system has insurance. If you can now put those things on the way you are the most basic is making it good. And that's
anxiety that the student giving you like a if you give it the confidence that's important to a person. Confidence to maintain the change because that's the self directed with which you if there's trouble on the bottom on the way down, then that's the issue. You have to focus on the needs first, because the most important. And the most basic thing, if you look at all that pyramid makes up the hierarchy of needs, that's exactly what this program takes away from a TI. One and one. That's why I thought it was necessary. With that, go to the TI, you look for it. This is how they form the body. One of the things that they know that human beings sustain the normal people. This is absolutely right, because once you don't have the necessities that cause anxiety, and then your next insecurity or your security and insecurity, your next fear to your next meal, you know what I mean? Like you're not thriving at that point. And then you got other people that are like envious, but like we can't be envious. We're supposed to be with these people. It's hard. If they're giving it to their own family, like you know what took us, what will take me to be calling is to build up immediately to a place that's giving in less than a minute. Or just that's the thing. And they didn't do anything, you know what I mean? Like and they want you to feel that way. And the thing of it is they're gonna strip these little things until you don't have instinct. And once you don't have instinct, then you become the lion's man. That's the counter on school, you know? Okay? I mean, schools and finish up. No, I mean, pretty much just it, you know, it's just, I wanted to touch back on the nation thing, because you, like, how they, what is it, but it's everything. I remember when I was talking to you at first, remember how I used to get shit done? One after the other, I did this, I got this shit done, I got that done. And then all of a sudden now it's just, well, I'm just procrastinating. I'm like, I thought it was really just procrastinating. When you start tuning my frequency off, you know, that's why I'm just thinking it has to be. I know I've been doing microwave weapons and all that. And sound such without question. I procrastinate a lot more than I used to. For the last 4 months, I've been procrastinating, dude. Don't matter if I eat right, don't matter, you know what I mean? And I'm not getting shit done. I can't. Then, we know it's like
I get trimmed off and it's something else. And I have a lot of anxiety when I have to go deal with, okay, I got to go talk to the coffee. I'm like, all right, I figured I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go eat. The bar is, I don't want to go talk to that. I'm very fun. You know, say the wrong thing or he's me, and he's like, something I didn't like about the food, you know. It's me. No, it's me from previous. Part of the great because the right, the first, basically, you got your head, your book, and super the document for it is, it is it is like, so what's that in the fucking face of it, man? Don't break the devil on the shoulder. And put it in the belly. The guy was you're able to laugh the people there's class level of the store. The other thing with that is that if you have your super that you have someone that you then if you can balance out that connection and the whole I think that we you go to have to get this is trying to do as the people because
person you would think is a fly. If you that is not feel comfortable, it's so obvious. That's what you're trying to get to the people that think focus. So you but see that you have a fighting with most people. One of the things that blind people I reach out to themselves. Why? Because there's no point in that actually is foolishness and things of that nature. What's the point? But can I say, speaks for itself? If you witness in real time, what's recorded, as from the view, you started noticing things that you go to the accountability. You're like, and then wow, what's pampering? What you're like, yo, you got a purpose. Yeah, it's not that physically. What happens to the weak? What I like to do is I like to do things in chronological order. With the sequential of time. Meaning, like this, going like 10 of the things that I'm going to do. And then I'm going to do it. Okay? Yeah. So, with that being said, right, what you were witnessing is good. It's like you didn't know. It's just so I'm hearing that right then and there, and we're on the call, and not it's recording it. You know what you say? You know what? It's not that it was a good thing, but it was that made me realize that you hit it on the head. You were like, oh, let's go. That is so fucking down. I'm back to the court and pick up. And it takes a really from you. It was raw truth or truth. You know, it was like you couldn't hold that shit. Yeah, welcome. Dude, you got what's this shit around as well? Yeah, man. Like, I was going, you're not doing it. And someone passes me and then after he doesn't do anything, and someone else passes me, goes through the doctor, and what's doing too. So, doctor is letting you know what it is. It's no problem. And I watch what I want to say on this call, you know what I mean? To be bad, you know what I mean? I want you work, brother. I you know you work. And we all know it's like it's just something to say. I don't like these people, well. I mean, I've already hurt one of them. I've already hurt one of them. And I'm not going to bunch of motherfuckers as well. You know what I mean? I have to lose friends because of this shit. Cool. You know, and I had to fucking take one of them. Fuck it, like, you know what I'm saying? Well, I had to do this shit, bro. I had to get violent for the entire time. I didn't even have to get violent. I had to just be like, put my foot down there, you know, bro, what the fucking doing. You know I'm the nice person, you know what I mean? And you know that, like, I help you out. I'm kind of but right now, they're fucking life and taking an easy way. So they're going to go after someone that can take advantage of that shit. And it's a nice fucking 50s anymore where, you know, the 60s, I mean, like, free love shit, you know what I mean? That's what, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like that. These motherfuckers are raw and shit. They're you know, they're having
super easy to go to. So when it goes, shot this, and then that's my people talk about that. It's God dealing with it. I'm gonna set my foot down as well. You know, they can't take advantage of me. I'm sick of this shit. These people, they push you to a limit where they want you to snap. You know, I see people, I don't wearing no camera because it's not city things up. You know what I mean? And I've them up in the corner of a hill, so you see that shit again, will fucking hurt you. You lucky I thought there ain't no cameras around here. You know what I mean? I'm that to people. You know, and I told them, stop, bro. I'll you up, you know? I want you to get that, you know. So, I let them know, you know what I mean? Get out of line with that shit. That's what I say about that.
So when you're around that criminal element, start to realize, you understand quickly what it is to build the necessary amount of force with the necessary amount. Once you've done that, in a 30 seconds, you've been able to establish it. But then before, when the phone you an altercation. So that's that, right? You got that, right? There's that. And then there's the lightning. And what is that? Nicholson, shout out to him. Nigel's kid, one that we had the CIT. Those who don't know that are listening to this on playback. He came out of it very, very talented. He said, respect fear, very two different things. If you can have someone respect you, and it's not like the respect isn't fake, it's real. To give you a pound, I respect look you in your eye and give you something to give you a pound. Half a hug, you already know what time it is for that. But then people who fear you won't want to look at you in the eye, they don't want to get you upset and get you angry. They don't want to feel that fear. They want control back in their life, and their men especially. So that person that feels fear is one that is quick to feel. Rather than a person who respects you and will think twice about it. As opposed to they fear you and they want to get rid of that fear. So the way to get rid of that fear is to keep. That's making sense. Years, look, years of the shout out to him. I just wanted to give him option that that was like perfect for what I'm trying to picture of people's mind's eye, so to speak, so they can get an understanding. So going back to the scenario that you're in, before, you know, never said it. I'm gonna say this for you. You're studying with your body. Okay. Because working in this particular security position, well,
You did years now, yeah.
okay.
3 years.
Then higher to the word.
You start going in and out. I can barely hear you.
Oh, okay. Now, can are they doing something to the phone? Are they hearing my voice metallic or something?
No, it's like you'll talk and then it's like you know what I mean?
Mic check.
Good.
Yeah, we're still good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you way better now.
You know what's up. You know, so, you see,
see what happened? You see what they did right there? That's what we were talking about. Give it a reminder. What we were talking about?
Been working for the last 3 years.
So you've been working you haven't lost that position. You haven't been promoted, you haven't been promoted either, but you haven't lost your job. Yeah, you haven't lost that job. What does that show me? That shows me that you have the drive and the discipline to maintain, regardless of the fact of what you've been going through, inside, meaning your mind, your heart, your something, also put you on the daily, should be 5, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Yeah. Now, we probably become, well, that's all I left. That's all I have. Yeah, do that. But do that everything. So we can crumble into next circumstance. What does that say? It says that you have the ability to go further. It means, like, when you told me that you used to have some sort of support, a good set of friends, and support. Do that. We know what you said, right? There's no mistake. We as human beings, like I told you, off the record, I'll say it's all the record now. We all need that. As human beings, we need that. We need that for mental health. Our mental health is good. We need that. And that's back to the hygiene, social media, discipline, things of that nature. That's for the potential. So when we say that, you know, is that nothing wrong with that. I'm going to say this. According to what you're in, the manual that fortunately unfolded within your life when you landed in the wilderness, you don't have the choice to choose if you have that. You only have it. So what can you do if you can't have what you want to have the way you want to have? Then you have to try to make do. So what you do have is you have us. I know you know that already because you already said up before. You said, you know, I this guy, you guys. So I look forward to this. That's partially why we do this with people that you do know that they're not alone. That we're working with each other, even though it's different things, that we're still being targeted. We know what it's like. There's other stuff that comes along and that's with it, right? So I'm looking at where you are now as opposed to where you were maybe for the moment. Because I recall when I started talking to you, it was via live chat. You know, that started live. I remember you communicating with me in live chat. The message was focused on live chat, focused on your call. You didn't know that. Really, you understood. They left them in the day. You exchange emails, you know, the numbers, you know, while on the call, and that's what I was focused on. Focused on letting you know what's going on because we were letting you know that we were going to. Wanted to make sure that you weren't working. That's what the same feeling that you'll have that you find if you get or selected for a whole bunch of people or turn that for yourself. So I know that you were you would be more likely to be the first one to control because you probably more likely flash out violently if you told yourself. I can relate to that and agree with you. applied to him. And like we were talking about earlier, we were talking about frequency, right? We were talking about how the ritual frequency, procrastinating, and do certain things, or passive, and let you go and not focus on it. Well, they can hit us with frequency to get us an answer. They're happy to get us lustful, worry, anxiety, paranoid, all that stuff. So the same way that they hit you with those feelings, cause the diet, which is a scientific way of this is approach, an approach combination to develop the diabetes. But in order to do that, they've probably been doing that all along, and this is why it's got to be hard. And as we started to peel the proverbial onion to its core, we start to realize this shit is not just on a surface level of what we think it is. This shit is an intricate plot that goes a lot deeper, like the deep things involved. So if you look at why we're going through what we're going through, we got to look at it and break it down. It's really so old, moving, we don't know what it is. We're considering what we're going through. So we go through that as human beings. We start analyzing. We can start getting to how out of the situation, the way you said it, you asked me earlier. If I don't have an answer to that either, because that's something that has to come from me. It has to come from the mind. So we're ready to realize what we're doing. Get back at this thing. And to do that, okay, we know that right now. I see you doing better in the future. You're going to get back in the game, which is in the room. I do somewhere. You do part of the thing. When like the building, this is I don't want to keep this out to go in front of me. It's just feeling that way. It's going to you're going to be able to make the decision that you need to make once you accept it. It's the downhill for what it is. Starts to do what I mean, not to become active. That's that all not that I'm talking about. I'm talking about using that as motivation. Using that as motivation. Educate yourself more and using that to catapult you into the spotlight. The way you were able to do with that one video that has over 100,000 views on your channel. Where were you that day that you did that video? Where were you emotionally that day when you were able to make it? I'm sure you weren't happy with what you were going to do, but something in you was ignited, and you said, you know what, fuck this. I'm going to post. You know, I
fucking said that too. I did say that exactly verbatim. Like, fuck this shit. That was that, man, that's that super big, bro. You know what I mean? Now that makes sense what you were talking about that shit, because I was tired of it. I was like, I don't care if they look at me, because I would get weirded out if I did. And like, yo, these people are gonna like hurt me if I film them. And when I film them, they weren't doing nothing. You know what I mean? I said, fuck it, I'm gonna do this. You know what I mean?
like, I'll tell you something else. Well, I started teaching that in that last video. That spirit, you have that spirit naturally. It's there. It was just laying dormant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dormant means sleeping. You need to wake that up.
Bro, you got me chill, preach, bro.
Listen to the story. I saw it in the video. I saw it. I heard it. I heard it in the video. It's signed as this. Let me put it to you like this. Picture it as, this will sound a little weird, you know. There was picture, you know, wrong part of it. You got chained up in massive heavy chains down in the pit somewhere. I need to get out. Gotta get it. Oh, I gotta control it, man. It's over me that I can't. You gotta be able to think. You gotta be able to think. You have it. I hear it. I don't have to see it. Okay, I mean I can see it too and see it, but I don't have to see it. I can hear it. You train it because I know that aspect of is there. If anybody can train for 4 years and attain what you've attained, it's a special type of mind and spirit to do that. Not everybody's built for that. Everybody has the capacity to handle what it takes to take 4 years of that. Real shit. Not fake little bullshit. Some YouTube motherfuckers want to act like they know this is traditional Japanese history. I know a few, something more than that, that are legitimate Japanese people. Their will is incredible. The fatality. Using that to mark your mind that I'm trying to convey to you what I hear within your spirit, trying to get out again. And it's either them, which I don't doubt, is psyops, a combination of psyops, direct energy weapon attack, you can see microwave manipulation that we do to all of us to try to control us. Keyword is control. So you just need that nudge, you need that push, you need that. They're like, come on, man. Catch up, come on, man, get up, come on, man. That's what you're talking about. You don't have that around you. So how the fuck do you expect to have that around you if most of the people that you have around you are friends, not people who are productive like you are? You're a productive motherfucker. I tell you that. I know because I can see it, I can feel it, I know what you do for a living because I do it for a living, but I do it on another level than you do before. It doesn't matter. If it came down to it and shit hit the fan, you would have to do what you have to do to take a motherfucker down, and you know exactly how to do it instinctively. What happened is it shot you down. What do I mean by that? It shoot you down. It shot you down. I know. What you need to do is go back to basics. What you need to do is go back to where your mind and your heart were. That's when you make that value. Or you figure what you need to go back. That's before. Okay. And you, oh man, I'm gonna try. Have you done that? I don't even have to ask you to know that. Because you forgot it. Because they either had you with the procrastination people. See, but that's the thing. You already know in your heart and in your mind who you are. You need to focus. You know who you are. Yes. What it is with you is you need to be reminded. Not just for anybody. And what happens is that as a lion, you're a lion. You have to look at yourself. Yeah. Some people will feel that yes, you are. It's just that you come to a point in your life that you don't know what it's like. You know what? God bless you. That's the right way. But you know what the wrong way to go about that is? You completely allow them to erase that part of your distinctive trait within your personality that's assertive saying that you're not going to be better, but I'm pretty sure without you even noticing it's been completed because it's been taken over by anxiety. Stop me when I'm lying.
Well, you're on point with it. On point with it.
I believe it.
That's my number one enemy. You know, and like I said, I've had this conversation with you before, because I know every PI does it too. They start creating excuses too, and on top of that, they make life harder for themselves when they don't realize they're doing it. You know what I mean? That makes sense? I mean, a lot of them do. I'm speaking for myself. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I was getting shit done, and now it's like, why am I coming to a point where I'm procrastinating? You know what I mean? People say, oh no, that's just you, that's your characteristic. They're trying to make you feel bad. No. It's out of nowhere, I'm like that now? Nah, come on, man.
Like you said, bro, who the fuck is nice? Just look at it from that perspective.
Like, yeah, only kids get it at juvenile diabetes. That's what they told me. You know what I'm saying? How the hell? You know what I mean?
Another example is calling us, I have to include myself and Nigel and Neil and Nappy, the rest of the squad. They call us, oh, you guys are paranoid schizophrenic. You guys are schizophrenic. What's the word? What not? Schizophrenia doesn't develop after you are actually. So that's showing me, like, you knowing about that shit, that is surprising. I know that you're a worldly type of cat when it comes down. When I've spoken to you, you're pretty well versed, which is a good thing. Good to have an eclectic type of outlook and mentality, broad range of knowledge, different aspects, going towards different spectrums of the world. Better, like, you know, a one-dimensional type of person. You're not a one-dimensional type of person. That's a good thing. What I'm saying to you is that the whole thing about using the example of schizophrenic and the quality, we know that they make us look better than schizophrenic. That's my thing. Because I didn't even say that. It must be true, y'all. One of the most basic things is so if we know that to be a fact, right, then once we realize for ourselves, especially within the mental health that schizophrenic can be created in certain age, then what does that mean in regards to an overview of what they've tried to get us to believe we're not? Think about what I just said.
They're trying to make us look crazy.
Right? But think about what I just said. If they can get us to believe and think in a certain direction, and okay, look, you know, you sounded like a paranoid schizophrenic. I think this guy's right. I think you've been like, whoa, what? You motherfuckers supposed to be my man, Linda? You know, y'all telling me that I'm bugging? Yeah, man, but look at you, man. You're getting all fucking hyped up. Man, I always get hyped up. You know that's my personality. No, man, but you know, it's like, come on, man, that shit right there, the shit you talking about, that's out the fucking world type shit, man. What do you mean out the world type shit? It's just crazy talk. Come on, man. I knew something was rotten then when I heard the person say that what I was talking over the wall or because whenever you're talking about something of substance or something that has merit in regards to conspiracy, fact, not theory, but fact, to be proven. Motherfucker jump off to try to change your direction, change your perception of what you're saying, making you look at yourself as opposed to looking at what you say to prove what you're saying is right. And in fact, they want you to look at yourself and make you think a certain way and project that upon your mind, change your direction right then and there, as opposed to leaving you be, letting you flow naturally and expressing yourself because you're expressing newness, you're expressing facts, you looked upon through sources if they were to check the material, right? But they're not wanting to do that because they've been designated, they have a job to do, they have a mission. Their mission is to keep you outside of who you really are. Their job is to keep you in the zone where you will awaken to the point where you're able to attain a certain amount of potency that empowers you to come back out and help the others do what you said before. Remember how you always said you gotta go find the others?
Yep. Straight up.
Now,
Remember that?
what did you mean by that? I just want to
Right. Me, I always say stay strong on the others because, man, they're lost out there. I mean, we're the ones that are making the videos right now. The other ones that are out there, they're staying inside. They go to work. They're scared to speak out because they don't want their certain status to be disrupted. You know, we gotta go find them and let them know it's okay. You know, we gotta make, make them feel comfortable too. You know, when they're comfortable, I'm comfortable. You know what I mean? That's what I mean about that. You gotta find them there because we can't. And another thing is, we can't let people like us die out. So sooner or later, empathetic and sympathetic people, and strong-hearted people, and people who are strong-hearted and strong, will be wiped off from the face of earth, and they're going to be nothing left but sociopaths and psychopaths. There's a bunch of robots running around, man. Talk to them. That's it. We gotta make sure I hate to say this, but our species doesn't die. We're a different breed. We're a different species. We're no longer clarified on. I mean, yeah, we're black, white, African American, Irish, Japanese, whatever. You know what I mean? So when it comes to this thing, with this war that's going on in the world, we're a different species of people. We're a different species. They don't even act like people. You know what I mean? We're actually human beings. Feel, have a conscience. Now it's going the other direction. They're a breed of people that don't feel anything. Well, man.
think you're starting to find something serious. Hoping that you're understanding what's going on. Sometimes things happen in order for it's good to begin to say that type of shit. You know what I mean? This is what we do it because what it is, they try hard to make sure that we don't continue to discover who we really are because it scares the living daylight out of them. That's why they fucking pour so much money and attention and focus on people like us because we're naturally gifted, talented people. That's not coming from the culture. It's coming from a factual thing that is, as a matter of fact, not the way. That's just the way it is. People cannot do even possibly half of what we are able to do creatively. People entity wise, but they have none. They have to mimic us in order to try to get whatever they want and act like they have experience. It's really fake. Right. Caution. Right. Right. So these people mimic. Hold on a second. I'm sure that where you work right now, there's people there that have that tendency of being that way. Being like this, they hide it too well. But if you watch them long enough, without the knowing you're watching them, hearing them, learning them, you'll be able to pick up on who they really are. Because they'll show you their real face. And if they show you their real face, it's usually in times where they're not even noticing that they're doing it, you'll be able to make that happen. That makes any sense.
Yeah, complete sense.
When you know who you are, people understand that. When you know who you are, people will have real hard time making you think of who you are.
Wow.
But it ain't Trump centric to me. But I'm still at work in progress. That's like all of us. This is a journey. Life is a journey. We hit a plateau where we discovered who we were in regards to this program trying to shut us down. And it's the way the ground sort of scared and intimidated. But the fear of God in them somehow. Like, you just not want to be searching and digging and bullshit. But what happens is that the people like us, we're naturally, we have inquiring minds, put it that way. Like the people that run around, open to them, so we are the fact that even if it's a harsh truth, we rather know it close to them. They don't like it because they know that the first instinct is that when you get, you just let other people know about it. They're exactly right. That's another thing about us, is that we're willing to pass on educate other people as well as the hard truth.
I just want this whole program that's been discussing the government just die out. I mean, I want it to, I mean, I just want it to die out, you know? The only way we can do it is just be ourselves, like you said, find out true selves, fight back, you know? I mean, because we could find the others and stick them there, just like how you said, like, something awoken, and you need to awaken them. You know what I mean? That's deep right there, you know, 'cause when you said that, it's like, you just need a reminder. You need to get to these people and remind them, right, you're worth something. You're not worth a 9 to 5 and a little shithole house and then come home depressed, dodging the world. Now, you're worth fighting for, you know? 'Cause we're doing it right now, man. We're fighting for, and them fighting for us too, you know? We're equal.
No doubt about it. Let me ask you this, Will. What is your perception on how to go about, let's say you were to meet a genuine USSCI. This person is real, sort of, you know the person is super anxious, and they're worried, and they're stressed out, and their mind is going in different directions and shit. Just want to get the right words out, but it comes out like, oh, about the so stressed out. How would you approach these guys as far as to informing them, first of all, getting them in a state of mind that they can trust you? Now, what would be the first step? What would you go about this?
Well, first things first, looking at everything is okay. First off, everything's alright. I already see the person, the things they see, they look at, I'm gonna look at them and I see that first also. And let them know, hey, I'm on the same wavelength, like, wavelength you're on, because other people who you don't know, they'll just say, what are you talking about? Or people who suspect at first, they won't mess up. They're like, no, that's a normal person. And I'm not like that. I'll let you know if that person is hurt, that person is hurt, and I'm here to protect you. Straight up.
What would you do? Like, where would you start as far as information? Where would you start? Would you start at the resume? Where would you start? Well, they could just cut you off for the whole question.
No matter time it was with them. Hello? Loyalty?
And I'm back on.
Yeah, just make them feel comfortable, protect them, you know what I mean? Let them know the things you see so they don't feel crazy. Get them the common ground, you know what I mean? Same thing that you see, they see. Your eyes are their eyes, your ears are their ears, your feelings are their feelings, you know what I mean? That's it, you know? Every second, I'm gonna let them know I got this and I got that. You can call me at this time, or let me know, or I'll let you know when I can call you, or, I'd have to just be there because I know how it feels. It's either they're gonna cave in and go be crazy and do drugs and it's like, no, I can't trust anyone, or they're gonna buckle down and listen, so they're gonna click up, you know what I mean? You want to make them feel like they can link up with you, That's what I would do. Serious, Their life is my life. My life is their life, How about you?
I mean, I think you said it last time. The way you said it was pretty much the way to address it in an area like that, which is the life. One of the hardest things I think to do is to get the FBI to trust you and show them that you're not a person. It's not that easy. Why? Because you don't know the FBI yet. You don't know what they're sensitized to. Why it's very important to keep in mind. Why it's really sudden gestures of moods or into patients with like scenarios by getting a little too close to them too fast or something like that. You have to know how to be focused. It's not easy to do that because you have to kind of ascertain the situation in real time. And you have to keep in mind that you're going to have first within the facility, within your proximity, that are going to try to make you look like a person and put in front of them so they can think that you are. So all these things you have to have in the back of your head while you're talking. the first job is to try to get you to look like the victim or you're part of the targeting. And what you have to do is you have to find a physical way of isolating that situation from happening. I don't know if you, how you would go about it. I would try to go about it, getting them to walk with me, as opposed to staying stationary in one place. That makes sense.
Yep. And I would refrain from trying to like, if your nose itches accidentally, or anything like that, don't touch them, don't touch your nose, don't touch your ears. You don't know what they're sensitized to, you know what I mean? Right. Because that's one of the signatures of the communications. Well, they have an upper hand on us. That still trips me out to this day. Like, how the hell did, over thousands of people know this shit within my circle, but I didn't? What the fuck? A swipe of the hair, itch the nose, crack the mouth, or whatever they do, pull up their pants, fix their glasses, like, the signals, man, it's crazy.
Well, both me, I'm just like you. Well, because I kind of thought the same thing. I was thinking to myself, did these people go and get trained somewhere? You know what I mean? Like, they all go on a specific day or people watch meetings, get trained, what the fuck? Do they all go on a seminar together? Group by group, like group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5. They're all like within the vicinity of the, like, what the fuck? How do they know this shit? Or do they get tested? Some sort of instruction manual, some sort of field manual. You know what I mean? The psychological operation. That makes more sense to me as opposed to having these people to be together. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, that they don't go to meetings because I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, do they get trained together?
Man, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it puts me. I mean, I still gotta, like, think to myself, damn, dude, where's they learn this from? You know what I mean? And one thing I've noticed, though, if you really look at it this way, I think this thing has been progressed off of, and people just added on to this. And whoever's the biggest clique or whatever, just whatever, they run the whole operation. We already know who's running the whole operation. But something in particular that stood out, and I was just thinking about it. They didn't have glasses back then. You get what I'm saying? Like,
they didn't have what?
Like blindfold, like, people weren't wearing eyeglasses, so that had to been put in there sometime. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
You're talking about modernizing shit, little bit.
Exactly. They modernized, they evolved it. You know what I mean?
What's the evolution?
Because back then, this program has to be. I'm sorry, this program has to be ancient. You know what I mean? Not like, well, not absolutely, because one of the first targeted individuals was right. So, yeah, Moses he was the general to Moses was general to Pharaoh's army. He controlled the army, the whole army. He was his son. Yeah, he was his son.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, go keep that in Exodus, bro. Like, Exodus? It's the Exodus from, the story of how it happened, right? Okay, the story of Moses.
So I know the story with parting the seas and going up to the Mount Sinai with the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, but you want to know how he became in Pharaoh's cabinet, right? And family member.
You don't mind? I'm all ears.
So, one of the Jews, you know, they can't, you know, reproduce, you know, because they were under, you know, Egypt's rule, you know, they can't produce children, you know, when they're not allowed to, and so they were scared that they would kill this kid. So when the mothers of the Jews, one of the Jews that gave birth to a kid, put it in a basket, float it down the river, hoping someone would pick it up and care for it. But guess who found it? Someone, I think it was Pharaoh's wife, one of Pharaoh's wives, sister, I think. Actually, it's been so long since I've read these, man. I'm looking it up real quick. But anyways, let's just say that one of the women pick it up, and then it gets adopted into the family, you know, and Pharaoh raised him. And he had a mother. He was adopted into the family, into the royal bloodline of Pharaoh. And Pharaohs. The Pharaohs, I mean, they're families, you know. They're even like embedded with each other. Moses adopted. Yeah, man. And pretty much, he raised the Pharaoh had commanded that all male Hebrew children, it was sexual. The Pharaoh had commanded that all male Hebrew children born would be drowned in the Nile River. And Moses' mother placed him in an ark and concealed the ark in the direction of the riverbank, where the baby was discovered and adopted by Pharaoh's daughter and raised as an Egyptian. Yeah, see? That's good. Yeah, and see, why did he get targeted? Because he killed another Pharaoh. I mean, he killed another Egyptian. You know what I mean? He's a Jew, but adopted as an Egyptian and civilized as an Egyptian, and he killed another Egyptian of the same cabinet. You know what I mean? And he was a general. You know, he was a general, and he got excommunicado.
I was about to say that. That story kind of reminds me of that. The guy was trying to make
Exactly.
on company ground.
Yeah.
Source of declaring you excommunicado.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that, and I'm hearing Moses shit. I'm like, yo, wait a minute. That shit is kind of like mirroring the scenario. Could it be that that's where they got that theme from, and they were emulating that?
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, they always keep plagiarizing religions. You know what I mean? Ours isn't plagiarized. It stands out, man. There's so much disinfo on the web. It has to be looked into more if they make anything about Christianity or Jesus, you know.
Right.
That's just me. But anyways, what happened was he turned his back on him and killed a fellow Egyptian, you know. He got excommunicated from them. And then so what he did was he left, he came back and said, let my people go, so on and so forth. And after that, he's like, yo, we're gonna kill you, you know what I mean? We're gonna kill you. And so he had to be banned from the land, but he kept coming back though. He was like, yo, let my people go. You know? And then, you know, people like that, and then he came after them, you know? They all became targeted at that point, all the Jews. Not just Moses. He let the people go. I mean, Pharaoh let the people go. You know what I mean? And then when they left, they said, all right, we'll make amends, you know, because they were trying to kill Moses, and he killed all this. And after that, he changed his mind, was like, no, go get them. Kill them all. He targeted all of them. This is Pharaoh. You all know the all-seeing eye thing? That was him. You know what I mean? Kill all of the Jews. Everyone became a targeted individual. It's like if California and let's say if Democrats run all California right now, and there's only a few, all Republicans are being subjugated under government reign. I'm like, yo, let my people go from these laws. And I'm like, okay, we're gonna go to our own land. We go to our own land. They change their mind and say, nah, target all of them in California. You know, target all the Republicans in California, or anyone who is a Democrat. That's it. Same thing. That's a big land. Yeah, that's a big chunk of land. That's a whole race on the 16th. So we won. That's it, man. Moses was a targeted individual. Jesus was a targeted individual. Who else was a targeted individual? Well, I mean, look at the history and African American history. Harry Tubman. Yeah. Tupac Shakur. John Lennon. Yeah. All of these. I mean, these are the unspeakables. No one's speaking about these anymore. Robin Williams, Heath Ledger.
Why was he targeted? I'm curious.
Think about it. He made people laugh. He wasn't part of them. I've never noticed. I've rewound and watched every movie I can of him. If it's shit, I don't see the scratching of the head, and if he does, it's probably an accident. I know the best. I know the best I've ever did. But I've never noticed any of the weird Illuminati stuff in his movies. The only thing I could think of is like this Doubtfire, he dressed up like a woman, But, I mean, he wasn't invoking the fact like, hey, be a woman, and like, no, he wanted to be still get a fine at the side, And he could have turned it down, but I think what it was is he was a happy-go-lucky guy. He just had no one to share it with. You know how entertainment industry is, where he is, where he's at, People depressed his ass, And he played the characteristic of depression, and people would just say, oh, he was always just like that. No, he wasn't, man. Like Dave Chappelle says, strong people don't act like this.
Exactly. Maybe their environment's a little bit.
Preach. Come on now.
That's what he said. That's what they said.
Yeah.
I remember that clip. I have that clip in one of my playlists.
Me too.
So the worst thing that you could call someone is crazy. It's dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. People are not crazy. They're strong people. Maybe their environment is a little sick. That's exactly what he said.
Damn, you said it word for word, bro. That's
because I remember it. It was a powerful thing. I resonated.
I know. I mean, I don't know if it was you. I don't know about you, but me, I rewound that clip so many times. Just kind of like, look at his eyes. He was looking at in the audience too.
Right.
You see that?
Yeah.
He's all, yeah, I see you. Yeah, I see you. And he couldn't do nothing about it because he found out what was going on. He thought, I guarantee you, he's seen all the hand signals and stuff like that in the 90s, I mean, and he thought he was just smart or something, but once he found out, they're trying to kill me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen to what he said. Yeah, what's going on? You got Martin Lawrence running down Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles in his robe with a gun in his hand, talking about they are trying to kill
me. And I'm looking at me, I'm looking at them, you looking at me, I'm looking at them.
Remember that? Yeah! Come on, man. Why would he say the ambulance, the firemen, the police looking at me, I'm looking at them, they're looking at me, I'm looking at them, and then he'll come out with a classic song that was,
I always feel like somebody's watching me. Come on, man.
Yo, dude. You know what I mean? Like, people need to put two and two together, man. Understand that this shit is real. I'm gonna start throwing names at you. You give me your feedback, honestly, on why you felt that they were targeted. Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger? Let's say he's real, I mean, go listen to Randy Quaid. This is why. Randy Quaid even said it himself. He's a good, kind-hearted people, that talked out on evil, They don't want people that are good. They don't want role models. They want role models that they can mold. You get me? You know what I mean? That's exactly why. So what they do? They depressed him. And he just popped up on the screen right when we were talking about. Like, can you believe this shit? I swear to God, dude, Batman, Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, Dark Knight, all that shit just start. You know, right when I said Heath Ledger, it was on.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy? And you know what's crazy, too? Someone on another television set that's probably watching the same channel, different program now.
Right.
You get me?
I got it.
They already have, when I change the channel or reset the channel, it's already, you know, on another wavelength. I'm on my own program. So I'm gonna tell you straight up though, Heath Ledger was killed because he was such a good influence to people. He cared for people. He grew up through the 90s, you know. Everyone loved him in Nigel, the Some Things I Hate About You, and all that kind of stuff. He brings that natural warmth to people, you know. And that's not weird or anything, but I think he's just one of those people. Even him being in the Dark Knight as the Joker, he still brought that, you know, like that attractive nature. I think that's what I'm going with it. He brought that attractive nature, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And he was a part of them. I mean, come on, man, he was on medicines and stuff, you know what I mean? But do I think he actually OD'd? No. Hell no. Hell no. But we're not getting the whole story. We're not getting the whole story at all. I mean, no. It almost sounded like there was someone, I'm not going to say who his name was, but remember I talked about the dude that, there's an African American dude that lived in the city that I lived in, and we went to go to college, and all of a sudden they found him hung in the basement of a fraternity. You know what I mean? He joined a fraternity that was like majority all white, and he you know, he kept it a secret from, you know, from his fellow brothers and his fraternity brothers, and he voted for Obama. Everyone else voted for the King and, you know, whoever. And when they found out, I think they killed him. It was the same thing like that. Like, this dude would not kill himself. You know what I mean? They set him up. He's a strong dude. He had so many friends. Why would he want to do that? He talked to him. I've heard stories about, like, he's a strong dude. He deals with some stuff in his life that he's strong, you know? I know. You know what I mean? Like, dude, there's just no way this guy would kill him. So they set him up, you know? Heath Ledger, bro, they set him up. Point blank. Robin Williams, same thing, man. Come on, now. Who else? I mean,
Randy Quaid.
Randy Quaid. They made him look crazy. He's not even dead, but you know, they made him look like a fucking lunatic, bro. You know? It's because he was, I mean, I really think they preyed on him. They got his up. They found, I think it was one of the properties was historic, I think. The state was like something with the state where it was worth a certain amount at that time, and I think it was historic. But then, as time goes, if they got the property, as time goes by, like not even amount of time, it's going to be worth like 4 times as much, you know. And he killed the state. I think the sense of Capital One at 1.1. Exactly. A bunch of commercials, National Lampoon's, Independence Day. And also I think why they got at him, he spoke out on Democrats too, because he doesn't like Democrats. I don't think he likes liberals either. Conservatives or Republicans, quite right. He's a libertarian kind of person, you know. And he's speaking out on some of this stuff. like, 9/11 inside job, and he really spoke up, and he felt his death. And there was actually one of the lawyers, or was it a lawyer or a publicist or someone reporting, said, don't you realize that your client is insane and needs to be a mental evaluation? Have you seen that video?
No.
Oh, I'll look it up and send it to you, yeah? When I get a chance, I'll look it up and I'll send it to you an email. Write that down and I note it.
I have to look at it. Right?
That's the one, though. There's more. I think they cut that video out, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's there. I've read it.
I have it.
Okay. At the end, he says, one of the reporters or something like that, don't you realize that your client sounds legally insane? You know? Yeah, dude. That's right. Everywhere. CNN is a bad one, too.
Yeah, I gotta check it out again. Listen to it again.
Yeah, it's a trip. What do you think about who else was it? Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. He's rich, bro.
I believe that he was targeted, obviously, mostly for his catalog, for his estate, for what he did was he gained, like supremacy by outlassing them and purchasing all his catalog back from Sony.
Come on, man.
That's one. The other is he bought, from what I understand, the catalog from the Beatles.
No shit, I didn't know that.
Like this shit in there, he gave me. I was amazed. Like, yo, Michael Jackson was not only a very creative entertainer, talented, immeasurable, right? But he was also a very sharp and, I guess you could say, like, he had the ability to key in, to zero in on business moves. If he knew how to do business. I don't know where he came that from. I'm assuming it's industry. So wow, if you're around it for so long, and you know how to work the system of things, you have to know how to do shit. And he went ahead and he did it. He figured it out and he practiced it and mastered it. That's the point he mastered it. He has to master it. So when you go and you purchase your own catalog back from Sony, you purchase the catalog from the Beatles, and you own it, you're the sole owner of them, shit.
Royalties, full-blown royalties. Mm-hmm.
They were pissed, right? White supremacy couldn't have that happen, especially by black people. Let me throw one back at you. Cat Williams.
Well, check this out. He's in my native land is the Bay Area, man. He's exposing a lot of shit, you know? Let's even go further before that, you know? He's exposing a lot of things that were going on. He was throwing these millionaire parties. He says in one of his videos, I was excited in the motherfuckers, you know what I mean? Also, I haven't even been sent that goddamn long, and then I was excited in the motherfuckers go to these millionaire parties. He's all, there's rich people in there, people all making out, and then there's like the after party, the bedrooms in it. And I'm walking by with the bedroom is all, is that Professor Elsie? Is those two motherfuckers kissing? You know? He's exposing everything. He was saying, he didn't do it intentionally, but I know what he said he did. He left a lot of things out. I know he saw politicians in there. Had to. He just seemed like the kind of person that wouldn't read. He couldn't read him, you know what I mean? He couldn't read him. Like,
he never joined. He wanted to
exactly.
the Illuminati. He said, no, I ain't with that. Another thing that's stop targeting. So in this one, they went over to his, I don't know if it was the office out in Africa, and they took his children from him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's some sickening shit.
But they said that he had done
Yeah,
Locked in a safe, bro.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Come on, man.
Locked up in the safe. Exactly.
You want some money?
As a way to get in there.
Yeah. You know, there wasn't no drugs. You know, marijuana's not a drug. It isn't a drug. They still put Canada to what, stage 1 in some places?
Yep. And then he
Yeah,
said,
the federal government still says it's stage 1.
right, and then he said something that, stood out. And he knew exactly what was going down because he said, this is a witch hunt. Is what it is. This is a modern day witch hunt. They're trying to make you look like the man. Make me out to look like the
Yeah.
man. All those things that you saw him, like when he was flipping on people, when he had that fight with that 60-year-old that put him in a headlock that was stronger than him, and it turned into like a hip hop show where he started arguing. You saw him like,
That's the one in Oakland, bro.
that's the gang strong.
No, bro. Check this out. So they gave him some weed, right? And it was like with something else in it.
I didn't know.
We know this. We know this because there's a cat from the Bay Area. Like, he knows all this. Dude, the area is like, we're so connected, bro, but we're so independent from each other. We still mind our own business. Here, everyone just knows this shit. You know what I mean? But they speak on it here. Back home, they don't speak on this shit, man. But we know what goes down, though. You know what I mean? Like, they gave him some bad shit. He flipped out on stage, bro. Made him look crazy, and he was exposing shit at the same time while he was, like, all built out. Was it his bad? Yeah, you know what I mean? But he didn't need to, you know what I mean? Someone like this shit. And the only way it got laced was, okay, he got it from some stupid ass motherfucker off the street, and you know what? One of his boys gave it to him, you know what I mean? His guard. You know what I mean? You don't trust them either. Well, you know, they already got to them before that, you know? They got to his circle before that.
They make sure that they infiltrate your entourage before he takes off. You know, they have to have the people set in place.
And so he spoke out too much on, what's going on in government, our rights being taken away, and the corrupt industry, how it's controlling things. It's manipulating every little decision, every little single song that you listen to right now. Guess what? That song's already manipulating you, and you don't even know. If you're walking down the street terrified than a motherfucker once you're awake. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Once you become awake, you're terrified than a motherfucker, bro. Shit, man.
Real talk.
You think Chris Farley could do this?
I know that it's something for you because you're working, right?
I took the night off, man. Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay, I didn't know that.
I'm feeling sick, man. I had to take the night off, man. Feeling kind of like fuzzy, you know. Yeah. Getting that, it's weird. I was sick last week. I'm sick again, bro. You know?
Dire straits, like they want to make sure that you're at your lowest of the low.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm laying down. I've been lying down the whole entire time, man.
So you're inside.
Yeah, I'm inside right now. I had to take it. I had it. If I didn't get to sleep tonight, I probably, I'd go crazy, man.
I think it's the place that you're staying at now.
It's just a hotel, man, for the night.
Oh, you went, okay, gotcha, all right.
Hella cheap, bro. It's like literally like $47, bro. Nice. It's nice in here. It got a TV. I mean, it don't stink. There ain't no bed bugs. I mean, bro, this is cheaper than most parts in San Francisco or New York shit. You know, it's all hidden in the cut, you know?
I have to go outside and get ready for the work.
Nah, that's why I thought. That's why you kind of notice the sound of my voice. I sound a little more comfortable than that, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Ain't that a trip? Yeah. Even these little things they do, the constant anxiety, I mean, it's like this, every time, every movement, and every time, and wherever on this earth that we're moving, we're painting a picture on how we feel, or like how we look is how we feel, what sound we heard, you know what I mean, what movements we've done, it shows an image of what we've done in our life. I don't want to be the dude that has no teeth and, you know, paranoid, walking back and forth, off lengthy and skinny, you know what I mean? I want to be the dude that just looks like I accomplished something. And if it wasn't like, it doesn't have to be extraneously big, but as long as I did something, you know, I look comfortable. You know what I mean? All these things bend our nature around us. I really think about that. So, you know, like I was saying about that song, you heard that song and you were awake, you paranoia, well, it's whatever you listen to, you gotta be careful, you know. It's a trip. It's a trip. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some hip hop music I don't even listen to anymore, bro. Even some of my metal, I don't even listen to anymore. And if I do, I make sure I keep it at a minimal, and I go listen to something, even if it's something I don't like, but it sounds uppity, I force myself to. Keeps me in a better mood, you know what I mean? Keeps me more productive. I had to stop listening to certain like music I like to listen to, even Christian music too, bro. Ain't that a trip? Because they have their hand in the industry. What is it? Calvary Chapel, Chuck Smith started that whole thing, you know, with the Jesus movement, and that's all Illuminati, bro. Yep. Like Virgin Records, dude. I mean, key point, Virgin Records with the red writing. Come on, man. Virgin. That's Target. With the red, that's targeting, you know, Target Virgin. You know what I mean? Most Virgin Records is what? Pop music. Pop music is done by, listened by who? For youth. Target for youth. Get them virgins. Make sure they're not virgins anymore. I'm at. Like a little Rockaway, it's the rock, you know, diamond in the rock
With the eye.
It's the, and the diamond, you know, the diamond is as above is below. Off the record, when we go off the record, I'm gonna talk to you about something. I don't want to share it on here just yet.
All right, what I'm going to do is, because I don't want you to forget about it, I'm going to shut the call down now and upload it to my channel, and then we'll continue the conversation off the record. All right?
For sure.
Hi, y'all, this is RCPI in New York City alongside the Raw Truth 7 from San Diego, California. 1:48 a.m. my time, which is, I believe, 10:48 p.m. his time, Pacific West time. Wanted to tell people that listen to this on playback. I know and I realize that at the beginning of the call, our brother, you know what I'm saying, Nigel Nicholson, which is technically our squad spokesman, okay? You know, he has his opinion and his beliefs. You know, he's an atheist. He was the son of a pastor. He believed in God at one point, but he doesn't anymore, and that's his choice. And we respect that. And we respect each other's beliefs, and that's not an issue. But understand that whatever Nigel has said upon his belief system and how he was kind of belittling certain things about Satan not being real and all that, those are his beliefs, not ours, or anyone else's that has been on the squad while he was talking. You know, there's some people that sometimes listen to these calls and kind of like group us all together. Although we are connected, we are a squad, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have the same exact beliefs. You know what I mean? Some people are going to be different in that aspect, and that's fine. That's what makes the world go around. Differences, shit like that. But at the same time, I want people to walk away and understand something very clearly. We, meaning myself and Lord Truth, we don't believe in atheism. We do believe in God, and only through Jesus Christ we believe. That's our belief. And we do believe the devil exists, because one of the most cleverest things that the devil did was, like the saying goes, trick and convince the world that it didn't exist. If they wouldn't do so much fucking evil in this fucking world, it didn't exist. But that's our opinion, or my opinion rather, that I'm this right now is because in the beginning of the call, there was a lot of stuff that was being spoken about that was to do with religion. And it was on point coming from Nigel. Whoever has heard Nigel Nicholson, you know that you're going to be listening. It's almost like you're in school. And the brother knows how to break shit down. That's what I'm saying. But in regards to what he was breaking down from his standpoint, from his perception, through his atheism, that's his opinion. And we don't partake or believe in those expressions. As far as him saying, you know, that Jesus didn't says that, you know, that the devil doesn't exist. You know, that's his stuff. That's why tonight I wanted to make clear. I know I've said before I don't want spirituality or anything to do with religion spoken on these calls in particular, the ones on Sunday, because it has to do with targeting. But sometimes it's necessary to connect certain dots with the target and just points that need to be made. Then I don't mind people addressing something really quick, like a Bible verse, proverb, or something that needs to be said to prove a point and get a first understanding out of it. I don't mind that. You know what I mean? What I mind is people talking about this organized stalking, this whole program is mostly spiritual warfare. Because to me, that is bullshit. Not to say that there's not a certain percentage of it that is spiritual warfare, but in my opinion, and in most of the people in our squad opinion, let me be so bold as to say, and I speak for them too, because they all wouldn't be saying what they said before, which is they believe most of this program is psychological operations, and the rest is technology, especially the weaponization that nature. You have a group of people who are psychopaths, sociopaths, and narcissists wrapped up in one with unlimited resources, both human bodies and childlike minds. Okay? That's basically what we're doing with this on a basic level. Now, I'm not saying that the elite that control the rest of the people going down the pyramid don't worship the devil, because they do. Freemasons, they hit that 32nd degree, 33rd degree quality. They hit those highest numbers, they realize who they worship them all along. And from what I found out, it's Lucifer. So, make no mistake, you may not believe in the devil, or you may not think it exists, or you may think that it's bullshit, and it's the archetypal funny image that they created of, oh, the devil, ghoul, and all this shit. But understand something, you may not believe in it, but that belief that control this country, they do. So, the reason why tonight, this lecture flow naturally alongside what you selling, we're talking about something spiritual connotations, the Bible, and our belief system, is because I wanted to close this call with that in mind. So people upon playback will be like, oh, weird, our team never has that type of call where he has spiritual stuff spoken. Well, there's times where that's necessary and it's okay. And it's a historical breakdown coming from Nigel. So he said some things tonight that I don't agree with. He said before, and I've said it in front of him. I'll say it now on the record too. That our thoughts and our expressions don't coincide with his. And in regards to the spiritual aspect of it. So I wanted to close the call by letting people know that off the bat. Again, because I know I've said it before. But this time I had to go in a little more in detail because I wanted people to understand exactly why. And I wanted to close it with something positive in regards to our belief system, as opposed to how it started, where it was kind of like made fun of and kind of, I don't know. To me, it rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, but I'm sure he didn't need to do that, but I have to close it with that. And with that being said, we'll be back next weekend. I'll be having my live stream capabilities again. So we'll see how that goes. All right. RTTI in New York City on now coming at you with another one that's